Welcome to tonight's study session of the City Council. Agendas for study sessions, including concept reviews, can be found by visiting Broomfield's website at broomfield.org. The public can attend tonight's meeting in person at the George DeSiero City and County Buildings Council Chambers located at 1 Tacoma Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 and live streaming on Broomfield's website, broomfield.org/live. Study sessions are work and information sessions for council members. Therefore, we typically do not have public comment during a study session. Tonight, however, council is discussing firearm ordinances, and as our first item on the agenda, to be clear, there's no vote tonight. We're discussing the item and providing direction to staff. We've determined for this item only that we're going to allow in-person public comment and on the phone for this study session. There is a sign-up list located in the lobby, along with a list of those calling in, which will be used to determine the order of the speakers. The public may participate in public comment either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name and neighborhoods and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total for the firearm ordinance discussion. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 participants have 2 minutes to speak. And if time remains, the next 26 plus participants in the queue have 1.5 minutes to speak. We will hear from 6 in-person individuals and then 1 phone caller until we hit these limits. Although as of right now, there is no one on the phone. So that makes it a little easier. Public comment will take place after the staff presentation on the firearm ordinances. For our hearing impaired residents present, we have wireless headsets available through our AV team in the back of the council chambers. Our first item this evening is a discussion of possible amendments to the Broomfield Municipal Code regarding firearms. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public and staff. My name is Nancy Rogers. I'm the city and county attorney. With me this evening is Courtney Tiemann, a senior attorney in my office, and we're going to be presenting on these possible amendments to the Broomfield Municipal Code. Next slide, Jake. A bit of background first. State law was amended in June 2021 and now allows local governments to establish more strict laws on firearms than the state. Previously, it was the opposite way. The state law preempted local governments from establishing laws that were stricter than the state law. After this law was passed, a regional approach was initiated by a group of communities, mainly in the northwest suburbs, Boulder County and our area going out to I-25 to pass local gun legislation that would implement stricter gun laws on the sale and possessions in this region. This was also following the state's lack of activity in this area. Related to that regional approach, the Gifford Law Center and Everytown for Gun Safety created a packet of model ordinances for Colorado. This city council, through a Section 18 request, directed staff to present what the laws were and discussed in the other municipalities, this regional package, and what that could look like in Broomfield. So the purpose of this study session is to present those possible ordinances that are consistent with the language throughout the region for council to discuss. There's 8 ordinances in total. 6 of them are the main substantive ordinances, and 1 ordinance is a definition ordinance that directly ties to those 6. And the other ordinance, which is H, is a cleanup ordinance. Should these other ordinances pass, we have to clean up other parts of the Broomfield Municipal Code. There are already laws on the books for Broomfield in the state and federally related to firearms, and I just wanted to go over what those laws are. They're located in Chapter 972 of our code. It is unlawful since 1987 to possess a firearm not in somebody's dwelling or place of business or property. This was impacted by that state preemption.
Is there a new slide for this?
I'm so sorry, Jake. I'm changing my own slide. Next slide, please. These guys are okay. I'll remember that, Jake. My apologies. It's unlawful in Broomfield under our code to discharge a firearm, carry a concealed weapon without a permit, aiming or flourishing a firearm, possessing a firearm when intoxicated, selling, loaning, or furnishing a firearm to an intoxicated person or a child under 12, setting a spring trap, gun trap, possessing a loaded firearm in a motor vehicle, and then the open carry of firearms in any city-owned building, facility, park, open space, land where signs are placed at the entrance. And you can see the years that those laws were passed. This is going to be a general overview of some of the state laws regulating firearms. The minimum age to open carry in Colorado is 18. The minimum age to conceal carry is 21. The minimum age to possess a handgun is 18. There's not a minimum age on rifles or shotguns. There's a ban on open carry within 100 feet of polling locations, no concealed handguns in schools. The state age to purchase is 18 for rifles and other long guns, 21s for handguns. There's no waiting period on purchase. There's a ban on magazines that hold more than 15 rounds. That is currently being challenged. That's a new lawsuit that was initiated after the Supreme Court's Brune decision. There's a ban on machine guns, armor-piercing ammunition, silencers, short shotguns, short rifles, and defaced firearms. There's requirements for safe storage and mandatory reporting of lost and stolen weapons. Next slide. Thank you. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Courtney Tiemann, who's going to go through a very short summary of these ordinances for the public. This is in the staff packet. There's a QR code hung on the doors where you can get that staff packet to see all the draft ordinances. Courtney?
Okay, the first ordinance to discuss, labeled Draft Ordinance A, addresses a ban on assault weapons, large capacity magazines, rapid fire trigger activators, as well as it establishes a minimum age for the purchase of firearms. So I'm going to break this into 3 different sections. Section 1 makes it a criminal offense to possess, sell, or transfer illegal firearms. Illegal firearms is defined as an assault weapon, a large capacity magazine, or a rapid fire trigger activator. More specifically, assault weapons are defined in Ordinance G, and it's a quite long detailed definition, but it's there for your reference in Ordinance G. This law violation is a criminal offense as drafted and would be punishable under the general penalties of the Broomfield Municipal Code. That can be found in Chapter 1-12, and that's up to a $2,650 fine or up to 364 days in jail. The second section.
Next slide.
Oh, next slide. The next section that I'll address is the ordinance section that raises the age allowable for the sale of shotguns and rifles from 18 to 21. And as Ms. Rogers noted already, the state law doesn't permit the purchase or sale of handguns to anybody under the age of 21. So this ordinance really just addresses, again, the shotguns and rifles. This is also a criminal violation and is punishable under the general penalties of the code. If you look at the specific ordinance, and we'll discuss exceptions after I go through all the drafted ordinances, but note that there are exceptions to this ordinance or this section of this ordinance. The third section in Draft Ordinance A, essentially is a grandfather clause for the possession of certain firearms. So the grandfather clause has 2 categories. The first category addresses assault weapons and large capacity magazines. And what that draft ordinance says is that if you legally possess or own those items prior to the date of the ordinance going into effect, that you can continue to possess those items so long as you obtain a certificate from the Broomfield Police Department within the set time frame of the ordinance. 2, after obtaining that certificate, you have to keep those items in a safe or secure storage. Three, you have to comply with location requirements. So for example, and there are a couple different exceptions, but one is you may only possess the items on property owned or controlled by the individual. And then four, you have to report the loss or theft of those items. So the grandfather clause allows people to continue to have the possession of those so long as they follow those four requirements. The second category applies to rapid trigger activators. And the grandfather clause really just requires that those be either removed from the city and county of Broomfield within a certain period of time or surrendered to the Broomfield Police Department to be destroyed within that period of time. The third piece that I would point out in this third section of Ordinance A is that the ordinance also creates civil liability for anybody who continues to possess these items. If that firearm or large capacity magazine is used in a criminal act and it has not been reported as lost or stolen. Next slide. The next ordinance is labeled Draft Ordinance B, and it addresses ghost guns. So ghost guns is the term that is being used for this slide. In the ordinance, it specifically talks about firearms with no serial numbers. So a ghost gun is typically assembled by a private individual from purchased or homemade components. Individuals making their own firearms won't be subject to the federal or state commercial sale background checks. This ordinance makes it illegal to possess the firearm with no serial number. There are exceptions listed out in the ordinance, and the penalties are specifically set forth. So a first violation of possession with a single weapon would be a fine of up to $250. A first violation with one or more firearms and the intent to sell or distribute them would be open to the general penalties of the code, and second or subsequent violations with any number of firearms, again, would be open to the general penalties of the code. Next slide. The third ordinance is labeled Draft Ordinance C, and it addresses sign requirements for firearm dealers. And this would just require that all firearm dealers post signs in all areas where firearm transfers take place. It does specifically require that they're conspicuously displayed, and if they're in a location where it's a licensed firearm dealer's premises, they must also be at or near the entrance of the location. The ordinance does explicitly say what must be stated in that sign. The ordinance makes this a criminal violation if somebody fails to comply. A first violation has a mandatory warning. Any subsequent violations allow for penalties of up to $500 fine. Next slide. Draft Ordinance D is the 10-day waiting period. So what this ordinance would do is make it unlawful for a dealer to deliver a firearm and for a person to take possession. So both the seller and the purchaser could be held accountable under this ordinance. So it prohibits the purchaser to take possession before two things happen. One, it has to be 10 days from the initiated CBI check of the purchaser, and the dealer must have received the approval as required by state law. Again, there are exceptions to this ordinance that are in the drafted ordinance. This is a criminal violation that's punishable by the general penalties of the code. Next slide, please. Draft Ordinance E is open carry prohibition. So initially, note that the current code provision in the Broomfield Municipal Code does prohibit open carrying of firearms in any city-owned building, facility, park, open land, or open space, so long as there are signs that are placed saying it is prohibited. So what this ordinance does is it really broadens that current law. It broadens it to prohibit the open carrying in any public place. And public place is defined in the ordinance as a place where the public has access, except places where firearms are stored or sold. There are listed exceptions to the ordinance. This is a criminal offense, and there is a set forth penalty structure in the ordinance. A first offense just brings the possible penalty of up to a $500 fine. Second or subsequent offenses allow for up to a $1,000 fine and or up to 30 days in jail. Next slide. Draft Ordinance F addresses open and concealed carry prohibition in public places and sensitive areas. So this ordinance can be talked about in two categories. There's two categories of locations. The first grouping of places, and I'll give you time to look through those, but in this first grouping of places, open and concealed carry is prohibited. There isn't an exception. Well, there are exceptions, but you can't have permission of the property owner to open or conceal carry. You just can't open or conceal carry. The second grouping, as listed in this slide in the ordinance, prohibits the open and concealed carry. However, you can obtain previous explicit permission from the operating authority, then you can conceal carry. Next slide, please. There's a notice requirement for this ordinance. So notice of the prohibition must be conspicuously placed at all public entrances to these locations. There are exceptions listed within the ordinance. The penalty, so this is a civil offense, and the penalty is set forth as the first offense has a maximum fine of $50, second or subsequent maximum fine of $500. If, however, somebody requires or requests the person to leave because they are violating this ordinance and they refuse to leave, that can be charged as a criminal trespass, which would be open to the general penalties of the Broomfield Municipal Code. Next slide. So that actually concludes the 6 substantive ordinances that have been drafted per council's request. And so now I'm going to hand it. You want me to go through these?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go through these with you too. So as I noted when I went through the different ordinances, there are exceptions that apply to multiple of them. And I just have on this slide, and I'm addressing 4 categories of them. These are the categories of exceptions that apply to groups of people. Okay, so law enforcement officers that are carrying a firearm or, basically violating the ordinance, but doing so pursuant to or in connection with their official duties would be exempt in the ordinances that are listed. So A, B, D, E, and F. I'll come back to H in a minute. Correction officers within the course and scope of duties would be are an exception in Ordinance D, the waiting period. U.S. Armed Forces, National Guard engaged in official duties would be are exceptions to the violations in the listed ordinances, and then properly licensed security firms or employees in the course and scope of their employment are listed exceptions. You'll also note both for law enforcement and U.S. Armed Forces and National Guard that I have listed Ordinance H, and that is a general exception to the entire chapter. That can be found again in Ordinance H, and it just applies to all of the ordinances that would be passed. There are other exceptions, but these are the general categories. Anything else? No? No? Okay. Now I will hand it back to Ms. Rogers.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jake. Next slide. The reason we had a slide on exceptions is because we've gotten some public comment and inquiries about who's accepted for what. Like Courtney mentioned, it doesn't include all the exceptions. Some other exceptions are for antique weapons or federal firearm licensed dealers. These were the biggest category of exceptions because we're going to talk to council about that in a little bit and ask your direction on what exceptions you'd like to see going forward. Tied to that, other areas that we have gotten questions about are recent inquiries that I thought I'd cover now before we go into public comment, are requests for information about crime data. Just very, very high level, not talking about all crime data, but in 2021, Broomfield had 2 homicides by firearms, 0 in this year to date, 3 suicides by firearms in 2021. In 2022, we don't have the current data from the coroner. We get this data from the coroner. The exceptions that Courtney just went over, and in the general exceptions, not included in that list is law enforcement not in the course and scope of their duties. There's no exception for LEOSA holders. LEOSA holders are retired law enforcement officers that are allowed by federal law to carry concealed through a LEOSA permit. And there's no exception for off-duty military personnel or retired military personnel. Another thing to point out, the public parks, the current draft is based on the model ordinances, like I mentioned earlier. The way public parks for the open and concealed carry is drafted, it would apply to all parks, not just CCOB owned parks. So Metro District parks, HOA parks, so long as they were parks that the public had general access to. Next slide. We are aware of the Bruin decision, which came out of the Supreme Court, and then the 4 active lawsuits that are going on, and I'll give you a quick status update on those. The lawsuits are really specific on challenging the assault weapons ban and the large capacity magazine ban. It's not challenging the other ordinances that Courtney went over and that our neighbors have passed. These lawsuits are against Superior, Boulder County, and Louisville. Lafayette also passed some of these ordinances. Edgewater passed one of the ordinances. There's other communities looking at it as well. But right now, those are the only 4 communities that have been sued. There was an effort to try to consolidate the cases. That was denied by the judge in the Superior case. So right now, the 4 cases will be heard separately by separate judges. That might change in the future, but that's the status right now. We're waiting on briefing schedules for those cases. It's still it's very early days on all these cases. On posting of signs for home occupations. So the sign ordinance requires people to post at or near the entrance, that sign that Courtney mentioned earlier in a slide. We've had questions of this means, does somebody have to post outside their home if they have a home occupation, that this is a place of a firearm dealer? No. That it needs to be at or near the entrance. It doesn't say that it has to be inside or outside. And I think importantly, the notice is for the benefit of the buyer or the transferee. If you look at the language, it's akin to a warning on smoking. Like, guns are dangerous. If you or your family are struggling, please, here's contact information. So the notice is intended for the buyer. So this isn't intended to notify or put a scarlet letter on a house if somebody has a lawful firearm home occupation in the building. Enforcement, when we're talking about things that aren't obvious to the naked eye, either to police or to a resident walking around, these will be complaint based, that a property owner, a patron of a building or a place, somebody in a park might see something and they would call the police to respond, and the police would, as they do with all calls, look into it. But the proactive enforcement, there wouldn't be a special unit of PD or code enforcement to look at the licensing or the signs or this other enforcement. It would be mainly complaint based. The cost of implementing these ordinances at a work session, we haven't really dived into the cost of staff members. Like, would this require additional FTEs? Would this require more time or resources that we don't have right now? Because we don't know what council is going to do. And it's going to make a difference if you pass the entire suite of 8 ordinances or if you only pass 1 or 2. Whatever ordinances come back for first reading, we will have the financial impact, as we always do, in the staff memo. Next slide. And Mayor, that's the end of our staff presentation, but we, of course, will be here for questions after public comment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rogers and Ms. Thiemann. We will now proceed with public comments, which will be limited to 90 minutes total. For those here to make public comments tonight, thank you. We also want to share with our residents that council has reviewed all of the emails and correspondence submitted to the city, and they have been added to the record. If your comment repeats what a person said, please indicate your agreement without repeating everything that person said prior. This will help with time, and we appreciate your cooperation. As I previously mentioned, we'll hear from six in-person individuals and then one on the phone until we hit the limits addressed earlier, which we haven't hit our limit. So we will start with the first person that signed up in person, Leslie O'Brien. Please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Castrata and council members for planning this study session and giving the public an opportunity to speak. My name is Leslie O'Brien. I'm a resident of Broomfield 80023. I am a volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, a grassroots nationwide nonpartisan organization fighting for public safety measures that can protect people from gun violence. Public safety measures like the proposed ordinances council and staff are discussing this evening. To begin, our organization is not anti-gun and we're not anti-Second Amendment. We are pro-responsible gun ownership. And just like owning any other type of potentially lethally dangerous or participating in any other dangerous activity, from driving a car, purchasing a firearm, purchasing alcohol, we know that well-constructed, data-driven laws and ordinances save lives. And these ordinances that are proposed will make Broomfield safer. More importantly, these ordinances will give Broomfield residents peace of mind of knowing that you can take your family to the park and not have to either physically see a firearm on someone's hip or know that your kid could go into somebody's purse and have a concealed weapon that they accidentally access. I guess to be perfectly honest, there was a lot of information and I'm tired of doing this. I ask council to please look at this impactful, meaningful legislation and be bold, vote with your conscience. Know that this can save people from committing suicide by having an extended waiting period to purchase a firearm, by prohibiting the sale of large capacity magazines, by prohibiting the sale of assault weapons in our county. There are a lot of things that we can do, that you can do, if you support these ordinances and these measures. And it will just keep our community safer. It will make Broomfield a even more amazing place to live. And I appreciate your time, your energy, your thoughts, because I know that this is a very challenging thing to put you all through. And I appreciate you. So please pass these ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, John Ewald.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. My name is John Ewald, and I live in the Pinnacle North subdivision. Thank you for deviating from your council norms and allowing public comment this evening. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. We are no longer in school, so cheating off the smart kid by copying neighboring municipalities' methods and regulations is not only allowed, but should be encouraged. Unfortunately, in this case, we are copying off the D student and not the smartest kid in the room. The draft ordinances in question were written and promoted by Everytown for Gun Safety and the Giffords Law Center, and any quote, common sense, unquote, ordinances they've written should be viewed as suspect. And while unfortunately they are becoming more common, they contain no sense, as these organizations are decidedly anti-gun and not looking out for the best interests of the citizens of Broomfield. Anyone who commits a violent crime in Broomfield is already breaking one or more laws and ordinances. Does anyone seriously believe that they will not break any new ordinances that are passed? If gun violence perpetrated by otherwise law-abiding gun owners living in Broomfield is a problem that needs further legislation to address, then it should be brought forward. And if so, the facts can the facts be presented And so those requests can be backed up. So far, none of that has been presented. I'm willing to listen and consider reasonable changes if they can be shown to have an impact and are not simply ordinances to, quote, do something, as those in favor of these ordinances are fond of saying. Colorado currently has some of the strongest and most restrictive gun laws in the country. The 10th strongest in the country, according to Everytown sponsored research at everystat.org. In fact, if you remove suicide death by gun, which is clearly a mental health issue and not a gun issue, Colorado has a lower gun death rate than California, the state rated #1 by Everytown. It seems adding regulations written by Everytown is not the answer to gun violence. Because my time is limited, I cannot go into the issues of each draft ordinance. They all contain factual and logical errors in one way or another. But I think the pending litigation in our neighboring communities should be enough to give this council pause. The fear of a lawsuit should never deter good legislation from occurring. But these proposed ordinances are not good legislation, and the group bringing the lawsuit has a good chance of winning and having the legislation overturned. A common phrase by those in favor of these ordinances is, quote, "We must do something," unquote. I agree. And sometimes the best something you can do is to study a subject like we are doing tonight and then actively decide not to do anything. That is what I'm asking the council tonight. There are better ways to reduce gun violence than the ordinances presented here. And if council is open to other options and has specific concerns, not just a general feeling of fear, I, and I'm sure the rest of the community, will be willing to offer input. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call the next two for the, in the interest of time, Kathleen Kelcooley, hope I said that right, and Jason Anderson is after that.
I am Kathleen Kukowski, and I'm a Broomfield resident, 80021, and a committed gun violence prevention advocate. I've been involved in this ever since my son was a high school junior when Columbine happened. And of course, we could go on from there, and each of us in this room probably can mark the places we were at certain markers in our life. But I've waited a long time to be at a city council meeting here in my hometown to look at how we can strengthen the ordinances to both guide and guard our young people, as well as help us older people be strong citizens for everybody in our community. I thank you for this council hosting this public discussion to guide us in updating our municipal code regarding firearms. As has already been indicated, it is not a simple issue. However, life is a very valuable thing, and perhaps that is the grounding we can all stand on. As the local King Super shooting tragically demonstrated, updating local ordinances for this time is critical for addressing our community safety. How many times must we be taken into this darkness of gun violence when there are ordinances and laws that can be in place to be guiding principles for our life together? We are counting on our council leadership through informative citizens to take these steps to enhance safety here in Broomfield. I say that any changes or modifications to existing ordinances should be data-driven, not emotions. Raise the age to purchase firearms. Data is prevalent that shows that 18 to 21-year-olds commit gun homicides at a rate 4 times higher than adults 21 and older. This change will help keep firearms out of hands of people with greater risks to misuse them. The same would be true about the issue about suicide, which can be a grounding principle to help decrease what is this increasing violence in our culture, especially ruining young people's lives and the lives of their families. Prohibit open carry. The draft sounds fine to me. We have public areas. They are for the public, a public who needs safety and peace of mind. Data shows violent crime rates 13 to 15 times higher in states after 10 adopted open carry.
Ms. Kukowski, can you please wrap up? Your 3 minutes has expired.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Jason Anderson is next, and after that will be Brittany Butler.
It's good to see you all. Good evening. It's been a while since I last made public comment, probably close to 5 years. Having the privilege of knowing many of you personally, I've got the utmost respect for this council. I sleep very well at night. I know that I don't have to be here every week, every other week, because I trust your decision-making. I trust your diplomacy, policy-making in the best interest of our company. I think you're going to have your hands full with this one, to say the least. And I'd like to respectfully offer some input. First of all, I'm really happy to see so many people here. I think it's great that everyone has come out to share your perspective, because that's how we can achieve diplomacy in our community. A couple of quick points here. The proposed ordinances, I think this has been highlighted. They appear very similar to those enacted in neighboring communities. And please heed the advice of your legal counsel very carefully. I know several of you have legal background, and I think we've heard already the status of some of these being tied up in major lawsuits. It really does not do a lot of good for anyone. So I trust that you'll tread this carefully, make good policy making decision to hopefully lead to a constructive result without just leading to years and years of court. Another comment, many elements of the proposed ordinance are in fact already in place at both state and federal level. And for those looking for more protection, please consider that to be a positive thing. I do think duplicating these laws at the local level just merely opens the door for confusion of the residents. Law enforcement, some examples, the large capacity magazine limit, this is already restricted, and there's very little practical restriction left in that. So please consider that in your policy making. Automatic triggers, bump stocks, these are already banned at the federal level. The measure was put in place by our 45th president. 10-day waiting period, really not sure what this has to do with firearms purchasing. Federal background checks, I've been through these several times myself. There's no wiggle room on these. They're required every single time. I don't know what waiting periods would do to change that. So in summary, there's a lot of division in our country. Please help us bridge this. Please continue to listen to your residents. Please listen to each other. Diplomacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brittany Butler, and then will be Jim Morrell.
Hi, I'm Brittany Butler. I live in Broomfield, 80023. I'm a mom and a pediatrician. As a doctor, I've seen countless lives destroyed by gun violence. I saw a preteen kid who got access to his dad's weapon, shot himself in the head, leaving him unrecognizable, unfunctioning, but alive. I've seen a toddler who was shot in the leg and hospitalized, with the pain of that being caught in the crossfire of gun violence. I've seen countless children orphaned by gun violence, including premature babies whose mom went into labor after their father was killed. I think about gun violence every time I leave my house, and it's completely unacceptable. Over 40,000 people are dying of gun violence, many of them by suicide. People who have access to a gun who want to commit suicide are much more likely to be successful compared to people who try to end their lives by suicide using other means. So I'm asking you to consider each of these ordinances and pass all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Morrell. And after that, we'll go to the phone.
Hello. I am a Broomfield resident for the last 30 years, Colorado resident all my life. And I wasn't prepared to come here tonight. I just heard about this and I thought, in my own community again. What I would like to urge council is please think of the Bruin decision. Think of how it opens us all up to litigation for extra costs. And looking at the proposal, there's a lot of things that I find problematic. Part of the assault weapons definitions just don't make any sense. Doing things for cosmetic reasons on a firearm doesn't affect its functionality at all. I'd like you to consider that when you're looking at this proposal. I am definitely a citizen that this will affect. I am a concealed carry weapons holder. I am a NFA stamp holder. I have gone through background checks dozens and dozens of times. My fingerprints are on file. I've gone through all the right channels, and I'm the person that your laws will affect because I'm going to obey the laws. If you tell me I can't have something, I won't have it. However, the criminals will not listen to you. Murder is illegal. Putting up a sign for a gun-free zone, I will respect it, but the criminal won't. And now my wife, my child, and myself are in danger. You've put me in danger because I can no longer protect them. And that's really what I would like to have you realize is these ordinances will have an effect, but they will have an effect on me. They won't have an effect on somebody who's bent on breaking the law. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to ask you guys to just wait till it's your turn to speak, because if there's crosstalk, it's hard for the people on the phone to hear and for our record. So thank you for that. And I just want us all to be respectful of everyone as they are heard. Next, we're going to the phone and we have John Hubbard on the line. John, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. This is John Hubbard in Ward 1. I appreciate you opening up this study session to public comment. I am opposed to assault weapons bans and limits on magazine capacity. Even the term assault weapons is a loose, non-technical term used by politicians who usually have an agenda. The same with large capacity. Large is a relative term. What qualifies as a large capacity magazine for one person could be a standard capacity magazine for recreational shooters. However, I am not opposed to 10-day waiting periods, a minimum age of 21 years old to purchase a firearm, or outlawing ghost guns. However, I believe even these would be ineffective in Broomfield. People would take their business elsewhere in the Denver metro region, and you would be hurting local businesses such as Jack's and countless FFLs. These issues are already addressed at the state and federal level, or if not, they should be. Gun control advocates should focus their efforts at the state and federal level, not the local level where they are easily bypassed. Plus, local resources are scarce compared to the FBI and ATF. Please do not follow the actions of Boulder, Louisville, and Superior. To do so would be foolish before the courts even make a decision. These cities are now mired in lawsuits and wasting resources in court. And even if they prevail, and even if Broomfield follows suit, then the Broomfield police should be focused on real crime, not tracking down law-abiding citizens because those residents choose to own firearms. We are simultaneously dealing with a climate crisis, a housing supply crisis, and a cost of living crisis. I encourage council to focus your attention on these issues rather than firearm control. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Helen Kamen, and after that will be Norm Rodarte.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm not a resident of Broomfield, but I'm down the street in Westminster. I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. This organization, as well as other gun sense organizations, have gathered ample and accurate data about gun violence. Gun violence prevention is being done at the local and state levels around this country. Here's more accurate data. At 330 million people, the United States has 4.25% of the population of the world. But we own over 400 million weapons, or 40% of the weapons on Earth. 42,000 plus people die yearly from gun violence, or 115 people per day. The leading cause of death of children under the age of 18 in this country is now gun violence. The US gun suicide rate is nearly 12 times that of other peer countries. Why is this? Because of the access to guns. 22 vets die of suicide by gun daily. The highest rates of suicide by gun are in Western states, including Colorado. This is not just a mental health issue, but an access to guns issue. Don't we all want to make it more difficult for people who need intervention, who may become violent toward themselves or others? We don't want to take any guns. We want to make it safer to have guns around. A majority of this country's population wants stricter gun laws, and Broomfield needs to enact laws that make the majority feel safe. I applaud this city council for having the fortitude and determination to begin steps to make this community even safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Norm Rodarte. I hope I said that right. Oh, good. And after that will be Kim Merrill.
Good evening. My name is Norm Rodarte. I'm a resident of Broomfield 80023. I've lived in Colorado my entire life, a law-abiding citizen. I served for the military. I know what guns do and what guns can happen, what bullets can do. And it's serious. The young lady got up here and just talked about Columbine. My son was 19 years old. He was a custodian at Columbine. And the kids that were killed and the things of what guns do. But these are people that had no responsibility of owning a gun. Guns are not the issue here. I like the ability for us to come here as our Constitution tells us we can have 2 points of views, but to eliminate the Amendment 2, to go ahead and say we can't own guns, large magazines. I mean, what are we doing here? We need to go ahead and understand we have a responsibility. You can take the guns all you want. The gentleman got up here and talked about the criminals. We're not criminals. I'm a law-abiding citizen. They're not going to come here to a council meeting like this and go through a dialogue or PowerPoints that you have here. Most of you here are younger than I am. Hell, you're my kids. And here you are. I'm about over with my life. And if we don't do something correct, and that means abiding by our Constitution and taking it seriously, we're in some serious problems here. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next is Kim Merrill and then Jeff Tarr.
Good evening. I just wanted to thank you all for having us here tonight. And I already submitted my information via email, so I don't want to rinse and repeat everything and take other people's time. But I just wanted to say, as a mom who demands action and a gun owner, I am in full support of all the ordinances that you guys are proposing tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Jeff Tarr, and after that will be Ann Dalton.
I'm Jeff Tarr. I grew up in Broomfield. I think we need to take the emotion out of all this, and it needs to be factual and legal. A lot of these proposed things are very agreeable, but we have to keep in mind one very important thing. Everybody hates to hear the term, guns don't kill people, people kill people. It's actually true. A gun is an inanimate object. We could have 100 of them on the floor. They don't do anything until someone picks it up. I think that gun sense starts at home, just like safety in driving a car. You've got to teach your kids how to do this. You have to teach the public. I am a firearms and safety instructor. It's all about safety and education, not the inanimate object of the gun itself. I think that too much gun control is going to cause a lot of problems in our society. There would have been countless bodies laying on the ground in Arvada if a concealed carry person in a public place was restricted from doing so, to walk into that situation and risking his life for all of us to shoot that gun violent person. If you take that person out of the equation, it could be you, it could be your children, it could be your neighbor, it could be your mother that would have been killed by that person that went in there with gun violence on his mind. We need to keep sensibility about this. I heard all these things about the numbers of statistics in Broomfield. They're very, very low. I don't think any of these proposed changes are going to drop those numbers. Got to remember, we're talking about teen suicides. We're talking about school shootings. They didn't obtain them legally. Passing new laws is not going to change that. You've got to teach the kids at home. The mall shooting in Indianapolis, that guy went in there with over 100 rounds and several firearms. It was a 22-year-old concealed carry person that was legally obtaining his gun and had the proper training that saved probably 50 lives. If we take public concealed carry out of the equation, a lot of your lives will be at risk. We need to keep this in our society per our constitutional right. It's already a federal offense to carry these guns in government-owned facilities. If the government or the city owns the park, you can't carry there. If they own this building, you can't carry there. But in a shopping mall or in a normal park, whether it's maintained or not, if it's not owned, we need the right to protect everyone else. Not everybody is in it to protect themselves. We're here to protect you as well. Gun violence is misunderstood. Gun violence is not at home for the teen suicide. That's for your job at home to teach your kids, not for city council to pass new senseless laws. I'm against half of the proposed, and the other half, they're just redundant to the current federal laws. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ann Dalton is next, and then we'll go to the phone with Michael Reichert.
Hi, my name is Ann Dalton. I live in Broomfield, Ward 3, 80020. I've sent in an email regarding all of the ordinances, but wanted to make an additional comment specifically on waiting periods. Waiting periods for the possession of firearms are a common sense way to prevent impulsive acts of gun violence. The immediate purchase and acquisition of a gun allows people to act on temporary emotions and impulses, which can increase the risk of both gun suicide and gun homicide. Suicide attempts are often impulsive, singular episodes that involve little planning. Many studies suggest that most suicide survivors contemplated their actions for only a brief period of time, often less than 24 hours, before making a suicide attempt. Similarly, studies suggest that some of the factors that incite violence against others, such as anger and rage, can be short-lived. As a survivor of domestic violence, I can attest that this was true in my experience. The support for gun safety measures, including waiting periods, is routinely underestimated. A 2019 study found that 85% of non-gun owners and 72% of gun owners support mandatory waiting periods for firearm purchases. I believe that we actually agree on more than we disagree. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the phone, and it's Michael Reichert. You have 3 minutes. Are you there, Mr. Reichert? You're live. Is he there, Jake? Michael Reichert, you have the floor. What should we do? Come back to him? All right, well, we'll come back to you. Next is Brian Walthall, and after that is Carl Honegger.
Evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Brian Walthall. I moved here in October of 2020, and I live in 80023. I graduated from the United States Naval Academy back in 1993, and I served this country as an active duty officer for 7 years. After that, I served in different capacities as a contractor for the federal government, so I can pretty much say that most of my life has been in service of this country. On May 14th, a killer drove 200 miles to Tops grocery store and shot 10 people, injured 3 additional people. When he was asked, why did you drive 200 miles? He gave pretty much the same answer that the Aurora shooter did back in 2012, which was, I knew there was nobody with guns there. See, these mass shooters, they do this to maximize body count. They know they're gonna get caught. They know some of them want to die, some of them just want to get caught, but they want to make a statement. They want to make a body count. Me personally, I believe in common sense. I've watched Predators and I've watched Prey. You can watch any show on Discovery Channel, National Geographic, especially when it comes to buffaloes and wolves. You'll have a line of wolves ready to go after buffalo children. The buffalo adults will sit there and hold the line. But if there are no adult buffaloes, if there's no one to protect that herd, those wolves will go after the children with impunity. These people are looking for soft targets. That's why they're going after malls. That's why they're going after schools and churches, because they know guns will not be there. If you pass this ordinance where people who law-abiding citizens like me, I'm a concealed carry also, this will impact me. Again, I have served this country for over 30 years. My man over here, the Marine, the retired Marine, always green. He's always there to protect. The other day I saw a guy carrying open carry. And I knew that if somebody wanted to try to go into that Home Depot that I went to with the guy with the open carry, also a Marine Corps hat, he would turn around because he sees someone with a gun. That's what stops these people. If you want to stop the mass shooting, then work on the mind, but don't punish law-abiding citizens who also want to try to protect you. To echo my friend here, that's what we're doing. We're here not only protecting ourselves, but also protecting you. The time limit for actually purchasing a gun, 10 days, no problem with that. But I do have a problem with the assault weapon ban, and I do have a problem with the restrictions on concealed carry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carl? And then we'll go back to the phone.
Good evening, council. My name is Carl Honegger, and I live in Westlake Village neighborhood in Broomfield. I wanted to address 2 realities, the post-Bruin reality and the post-defense distributed reality. The ruling that Supreme Court had really impacts the fact that these cases that local cities and counties are currently litigating will probably lose. And I also like council to consider asking their legal team to include the Andrews versus McCraw Second Amendment challenge to the Texas carry ban on 18 to 20-year-old adults. This is because currently Texas, a federal judge, is recognizing that Texas does not have a leg to stand on in terms of prohibiting the public carry for 18 to 20-year-olds. This is because the reality is the typical age of individuals that went to war with the British for independence was between 17 and 20-year-olds. And young people have just as much the right to keep and bear arms in public as adults over the age of 21. So this ruling currently, it was August 25th, will probably impact any restrictions on 21-year-olds. In addition, for those who don't recognize or are not aware of it, Defense Distributed sells the Ghost Gunner 3, which allows an individual to purchase their CNC milling machine, take a block of metal, whether aluminum or even steel, and then take that and create a part of what's so-called a ghost gun. And they can create pistols, they can create AKs, AR-15 style weapons. They can then go and purchase at a local firearms store the parts that they need to finish that, and they can get that done in a day. So the reality is your 10-day ban, your ban on owning ARs, et cetera, is really just going to be null and void by the reality of the Ghost Gunner 3 that's in production. People can sell and buy that CNC machine. They don't need to go and buy an 80% lower where you drill it out. They can buy just a piece of metal. So unless you're planning to ban CNC machines and a piece of metal, these laws are kind of moot. They're kind of 10 years old. They ignore Bruin. They ignore the reality of current day where young people now, they live in the reality of the internet where you can find these instructions to build these ghost guns. You can then also use Bitcoin to buy and sell parts that you need. The reality is Broomfield taxpayers will lose if we try to advance these ordinances. I urge you to abandon all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going over to the phone now and we'll go back to you, Michael Reichert. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me this time?
Yes, you're on. You have 3 minutes.
Very good. Thank you. Council, Mayor Prime, to give my input on this. I'm not going to try and recover a lot of ground that a lot of these very well-read and well-researched folks have already stated. I'm going to give you a somewhat of a view from the industry itself. What I'm hearing tonight is, as other speakers have said, is a lot of redundancy. Federal law determines the purchase age of a firearm. It always has. You have to be 21 to buy a handgun. You have to be 18 to buy a long gun. We don't need another law stating that. Also redundancy with state laws and storage. Why the redundancy? It's already in place. Also things like civil liability for stolen magazines not reported. The point is, there's a lot to go over here. There are over 26,000 gun laws on the books already across this country. Which one of those isn't working? Why do we need to add 27,000, 28,000? Why do these laws look so much like every other municipality we've seen in the metro area? And we know why, because they're talking points. They're all coming from the same source. I will close by saying and urging council to do your own research, form your own opinions on this, and also hopefully take the initiative to talk to some other stakeholders. And when I say that, I don't just sense of Broomfield, although those are the ones you're most concerned with, obviously, as they're your constituents. These laws will have wide-ranging impacts well beyond the borders of Broomfield, beyond the city and county of Broomfield. So I just urge to please take their time in reviewing these and making their decisions before these ordinances. And again, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. And thank you for calling back in. Sorry about that. Are you done? Okay, good. Okay, next we'll move on to the 2-minute group and we'll start with David Clemens, and after that will be Ben Tyler.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for listening to me tonight. I put this together just a few minutes before I came here. I'm a 12-year resident of Broomfield, 80020. After reading the summary portion of the proposed amendments, I'm greatly concerned. The first bullet item on page 1 calls for a ban of so-called assault weapons. I assume that's the usual semi-automatic or AR-15 style rifle. I strongly object to this ordinance. This would make a criminal out of any law-abiding owner like myself who keeps the rifle under lock and key in their home, and it's totally inaccessible to anyone else. I also believe this may make it difficult to carry the rifle to the shooting range. Criminalizing law-abiding citizens is a standard ineffective tactic of gun control advocates and would not have prevented the high-profile mass shootings like the King Soopers murders. Section 2 of Ordinance A would raise the age of sale to 21. I actually agree with this policy. People's brains are malleable well into their 20s, and they're being fed a lot of garbage from Hollywood and the culture nowadays. The King Soopers murderer, however, was 21 at the time of his heinous act, along with many other perpetrators. Section 3 is straightforward gun registration, plain and simple, including surrender upon death, something every patriotic American and Second Amendment supporter fears. Gun registration eventually leads to confiscation, which was talked about, and which leads to a disarmed populace and historically leads to tyranny. There's just too many tyrannical governments in the world, too many people living under totalitarian rule. Ordinance F is troubling. I find it ironic that a series of gun control ordinances that are purportedly precipitated by a horrific grocery store shooting would ban concealed carry in grocery stores. Theaters are also banned locations. If there would have been several concealed carry holders at King Soopers or the Aurora Theater, perhaps the carnage would have been less. I'm personally a little spooked going to the movies since 2012, and I feel like a sitting duck. The really bad thing about these proposals is that they're likely to be almost completely ineffective at stopping shootings. Of course, we know criminals don't take these seriously, and mentally ill people won't obey them either. What gun control advocates need to do is figure out a way to keep dangerous weapons out of the hands of criminals and the criminally insane. I don't have the answer, but we need to work on that. I'm fine with detailed background checks and waiting periods. After working in the defense industry, my background's been checked in and out, up and down in great detail. I personally don't believe the King Soopers theater shooter should get the benefit of an insanity plea after reading what he posted on the internet. I believe he should get the death penalty, but we don't have that anymore. Why don't people do something constructive and work on fentanyl or things that are killing hundreds of thousands of people? The crime statistics I saw don't justify this in Broomfield. Also, there's such
Mr. Clemens, I think that you're past your 2 minutes.
Okay.
Did you? Yeah, I gave you another minute.
Okay.
Since you probably had 3 minutes.
Thank you very
prepared.
much for your
Oh,
attention.
You're welcome. I'm sorry. Next is Ben Tyler. And we're doing 2 minutes now, just to remind people, the second batch. Ben Tyler? No Ben Tyler. Okay, moving on. Cindy David. I'm so sorry. That's okay. My fault. It's okay. After Cindy David will be Khalil Lucas on the phone.
Got my exercise for the evening. Thank you very much. Mayor and council, thank you very much for letting us speak here tonight. Whenever I look at stuff like this, I wonder what problem are we trying to fix? And I was actually pleased to hear the statistics earlier this evening about gun violence in Broomfield. That's somewhat comforting. What problem are we trying to fix? A tragedy happened in Boulder. No one is going to say what happened in Boulder in 2021 was anything but a tragedy by a mentally ill individual who didn't care about any laws. So I wonder if these laws were in place at that time, would that have stopped that individual from doing that heinous act? And I don't think it would have. People have already spoken about the lawsuits. Why are we getting ourselves into this when other towns are already fighting lawsuits? So that seems silly at this time. We should have, at a minimum, wait to see what happens with those lawsuits. Definition of lawsuit, somebody or assault weapon already brought that up. I disagree with why we have to go from 18 to 21 for long guns. At 18, you're a legal adult, so you're legally responsible, hopefully maybe living on your own, maybe going to school, whatever you're doing, but you're legally an adult. You can join the military and serve this country. You can vote. So why can't you own a long rifle to go hunting? I disagree with that one. Open carry, personally, like as other people said, when I see somebody, first time I saw somebody open carry in New Mexico, I kind of was shocked and kind of like, oh, my husband's like, yeah, well, nobody's gonna mess with this liquor store. Everybody's walking around carrying a gun. I'm like, oh, well, good point. Ever since that point, somebody's carrying, I know that if somebody's got it on their hip, they're announcing to the world, I am trained and ready to use this. And that makes me personally feel safer. I also have a young lady that I have been doing some coaching with who has a concealed carry, and she is doing so because she was in a domestic violence situation and she just never feels safe. She never knows when that person is going to pop out and possibly threaten her life. And so she got a concealed carry. And so now we're going to restrict areas that she feels safe, like the grocery store, like the movie theater. I personally, 5'2", a little taller with these heels on, a 5'2". Oftentimes I'm in downtown Denver for business and I have a concealed carry because I want to know that I can protect myself because I'm not always in safe areas. So I'm opposed to all of what is proposed here. I don't see that we're fixing anything. I don't see that we have a problem that needs to be fixed. My hope is We never have that problem that needs to be fixed in Broomfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go on to the phone. Khalil Lucas, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Khalil. I'm a Broomfield resident, 80023. I just wanted to make a quick comment. I urge the council to look into the statistics mentioned here today themselves, because not only are a lot of the stats cited misunderstood, but they're also biased and misguiding. On top of that, I also want to ask the council how they plan to enforce these some of these ordinances. For example, the high capacity magazine ban. Your sheriffs and cops across the state already refuse to enforce this law at state level and federal level. So I mean, what's the point of that? I don't understand it. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you for your brevity. Well, that concludes the people that signed up to speak. If there's anyone else who would like to speak on this topic, please come to the podium, line up, and you'll have 2 minutes. Just state your name and neighborhood for the record, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Eric Hutchins. Zip code is 80020. I just want to I've made several.
Oh, no, it won't there. Okay. It's very sensitive. You'll be able to, they'll hear you.
I've made several emails already prior to the meeting, which I believe is all already in the public record. Just wanted to make 2 other quick comments, one specific to the draft ordinances and one general. The specific one, I'll note that among the exemptions for the 10-day waiting period, or among the exemptions missing from the 10-day waiting period, is any exemption for domestic violence victims. They're not exempted and would have to wait despite having passed a federal background check and hope to survive the 10-day waiting period before they are able to defend themselves. The general concern that I may mention on the topic of being more data-driven, and again, I'm very thankful that according to the data that I've understand thus far, only 3 firearms-related homicides, and obviously there are other violent crimes in Broomfield, but 3 firearm-related homicides in the past 5 years. I would note that in 2022, year to date, it appears that there have been 2 homicides not involving firearms. I don't know what the weapon is. It said non-firearm weapon is the category. I presume a knife or some bludgeoning weapon. I guess I would just simply ask, out of sort of my lawyerly desire for logical consistency, where is the sense of urgency for the victims of knife violence? Where is the sense of justice for the victims of those homicides? Given the numbers, their deaths are no less detrimental to our community than the 3 deaths by firearms in the past 5 years. So I implore this body to use their good judgment and not discriminate based upon the tool used, but also protect the community at large against violence generally. Much has been made of the litigation, and I think that my reading of the Bruin decision, I'll leave it to the city attorney to obviously advise you, but certainly Judge Sweeney in the case, in the Boulder case, who granted the preliminary injunction enjoining Boulder from enforcing their ordinances, which are virtually identical to these being contemplated today. And by the way, Judge Sweeney, no friend of the NRA or anything. She was appointed by President Biden 2 months ago to that post. She found obviously that the plaintiffs in that case, the Rocky Mountain Gun Owners Association, have a quote strong likelihood of success on the merits, and therefore granted their preliminary injunction. So
can you please wrap up, Mr. Hutchinson?
I will, thank you.
Thank you.
I guess rather than spend a lot of time and resources and money on something that will be bound to be tied up in years of litigation that is costly to the community, I think it would be much better to spend those time and resources on things like mental health and other things that may have a much more direct impact on violence in our community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else, please come up to the podium and try to keep it around 2 minutes. I know.
Good evening, council and mayor. My name is Luke Rain, 80020. I didn't prepare any statements. I just wanted to briefly state that I'm a veteran and a retired peace officer. I can tell you everything you want to know about gun violence. It's been my life. It's been my life's work. What I can tell you is we don't have a gun problem. We have a mental health problem and we have a criminal problem. None of these proposed laws, ordinances are going to address either one of those two things. So I don't support any of that. To wrap up, I would like you to remember ultimately what we're talking about here is infringing on the Second Amendment, which clearly states shall not be infringed. So please don't.
Thank you.
Roxy Jewell out of Luckmore. I don't agree with any of the changes that you want to do and any of the additions that you want to do. I'm not going to repeat any of the other things. I just don't agree with it. And I've been here for over 35 years. And if you feel that these changes need to be made, then you're telling everybody that Broomfield is not a safe place to live in. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Anyone else? I don't see anyone online. Well, I appreciate you all coming to speak, and now we're going to move into council member questions and comments. So council, yes, Henkel, I've got you down first. So if you want to ask questions in your first part, we can do that. And then we have a sheet with the ordinances to give direction to staff. So make sure you include that too. So we'll start with Councilmember Henkel.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do think it is important, though, to really address, sort of public comments. So thank you for everyone being here tonight. And I think we're all going to go probably multiple rounds. I will be efficient, however. I just want to set the tone for tonight as we move forward in discussing this matter. And I will likely have to look at this from a high level, offer some feedback, and then circle back after my colleagues will ask some great questions. First of all, I need to mention that our family owns firearms and has taken the concealed carry class. I grew up with my first BB gun in 5th grade, shot clay pigeons, and I've held a 50 cal. I have family members who are gun manufacturers, and my husband served as a captain in Afghanistan and went on over 600 missions. Our family goes to the shooting range in Broomfield to practice using a firearm. I'm pro Second Amendment. I also had an attempted kidnapping of my daughter, and a man tried to grab my 7-year-old out of my car pretending to have a gun. But because of de-escalation techniques, I found that he was actually unarmed. However, and I was able to assess the situation carefully, and my kids did not witness me killing someone with gun violence, and at the same time, I protected them. That said, I want to remind everyone in this audience that we cannot ignore history. You and I don't have access to all guns, weapons, ammunition. There's a line that's already been drawn so that certain weapons are not in our hands. I think we need to be realistic in that you and I don't have access to sound cannons, armor-piercing ammunition, certain types of drones, or a Black Hawk helicopter. My husband worked in top secret matters after he left the Army, and there are a lot of weapons that our government has that many Americans don't even know about. Felons can also not own a gun. So we already have laws and restrictions on a lot of weaponry, ammunition, who can and cannot own a gun. But we need to ask ourselves why. Because behavior, type of the functionality of a weapon, and access historically needed to be evaluated, and tonight is no different. When my husband went to war, there were a couple of instances where a guy would talk a big game about war and shooting, and the real war came to him. He was a liability to the team. So behavior does matter. Training matters. To ignore behavior with weapons is to ignore history and the way our military even works. We've seen school shootings all over the country, and something has to be done. It's a health epidemic. We can't be all mental health and metal detectors and up-armored schools, and we can't be all about gun laws. We need to take a thoughtful, methodical approach, listen to what our police are telling us, and understand truly what kids are having to go through at their schools now that there is a gun violence epidemic that cannot be ignored. So while I don't have much time tonight on my first round of speaking, I do want to offer some initial thoughts. I normally don't like the reference to assault rifle or assault weapon, but I'm thankful for the definition in Ordinance G. I just want to make sure that we've addressed weapons or modifications enabling firearms that are capable of firing fully automatic or burst, because you can buy a pistol and purchase modifications to make it auto burst, or a lower that changes the gun's functionality. What we want to avoid is access to the capability of firing multiple rounds with one trigger pull. There are also hunting rifles that use magazines, but they are single trigger and they're under 5 rounds. On July 22nd, a gun was stolen from an unlocked car in Riverside, Florida. 12 days later, the gun was then used in a murder of a U.S. Coast Guard member as she attempted to intervene on a gun burglary. In the study on gun theft that has been done in 2017, titled The Epidemiology of Gun Theft Victims, the #1 reason why guns are on the black market is due to gun theft. They found that certain types of gun owners who own many guns, who carry guns, and who do not store guns safely are at a higher risk of having their guns stolen. Prior to our gun ordinance presented in November, I would like to know Broomfield and the metro area's data on stolen guns being used in crimes to even threaten someone. That is also very important. I want a ban on firearms being locked or unlocked in vehicles. A firearm should be either locked and stored apart from the ammo and the key at a person's residence, or should be legally concealed carry on a person's hip. Another piece we are missing here is education. I don't know why we're not talking about this. A 10-day waiting period does delay a purchase, and I agree with that. But another deterrent to a person with bad intentions is a class. I would like staff to look into requiring a class on gun safety and safe storage before purchase. This could include safe gun handling, safe storage, conflict avoidance, situational awareness, and all introductory parts to a firearm and why we store them correctly. I do agree with prohibiting open carry. If any of you have taken a gun safety course, you would know that the first target they would see is your gun. So actually they teach it that if you see someone with a gun there, you are the first target. So I completely disagree with those who saying open carry that they're afraid of them. No, that's their first target. And I know I might differ with some council members here, but I'm not a fan of eliminating concealed carry in grocery stores or parks where large groups of people can be targeted. In concealed carry class, they teach you to only draw your weapon when you see and you know your threat. You would not draw your weapon until you have a confirmed target and you intend on engaging. There's a lot to unpack tonight, and I agree with 75% of it, but I'm hesitant on eliminating concealed carry in large populated areas, some redundancies, but I would like to add safety courses, safe storage requirements, and to clean up any language that is specific to the actual functionality of a weapon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marsh-Holston.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick question for staff, actually. Brought up by a comment from one of the commenters. Why do we not have a exception in the 10-day period and also possibly the concealed carry for victims of domestic violence?
Councilmember Marsh-Holston, to the extent we could, staff was trying to be true to the regional model so that there was consistency with the ordinance that were passed by the other communities, and that exception wasn't listed.
Okay, but that's something if council wanted to move forward with that, we could. I mean, in my mind, you know, someone who is experiencing domestic violence could have a reason to need to protect themselves. You know, thank you. That was my question. And I wanted to say that I echo Councilmember Hinkle that I actually would agree with the safety class prior to during the 10-day period. You know, I've heard a lot tonight from commenters on criminals don't follow the law. And I understand the point that being made, but that's true for any aspect of the law. I mean, with drunk driving, immigration laws, any number of laws, criminals don't obey the laws. So if we're not going to pass laws, then why pass laws, I guess. You know, and then also the comments have come up a lot about the Supreme Court and the courts. And the thing is, my job as a council member is not to try and figure out what the Supreme Court's going to do. My job is to protect the health and safety of our community. And that's the way I'm going to vote. That being said, you know, I went to law school in Washington, D.C. I sat under some of the premier constitutional law scholars, both originalists and non-originalists, that included the late Justice Scalia. And actually, he, who was a supporter of the Second Amendment, in the Heller decision, and I'm going to quote this, says, like most rights, the Second Amendment right is not unlimited. It is not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in whatever manner for whatever purpose. For example, concealed weapons prohibitions have not been upheld under the amendment or state analogs. The court's opinion should not be taken to cast doubt on longstanding prohibitions on the possession of firearms by the felons and the mentally ill, or laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places such as schools and government buildings, or laws imposing conditions and qualifications on the commercial sale of arms. Even Justice Scalia recognized that the exercise of a right is not absolute. And this is one of those things. are you looking for direction right now, or are we gonna come back to that on the specific ones?
You can give your direction now, and what we do, as we do with all study sessions, we try to keep track. So I'm ready to take notes, and if you'd like, there's that handout, but also I have a slide if the public would like to see it with the list of ordinances.
Okay. As I said, it's not my job to determine what the court is going to do. Frankly, I disagree with this court in the Bruin decision. I disagree with this court on a lot of things, but I'm not a fan of their Second Amendment jurisprudence. I do believe it is consistent with the Constitution. But that said, we have long banned weapons that we deem dangerous. We banned machine guns for a long time because they are weapons of war. Assault weapons, high capacity magazines, bump stocks, those are the same thing, in my opinion. It's long past time that we ban them. As Councilmember Hinkle stated previously, I don't generally like assault weapon bans because they're often cosmetic, but this one is not. This one is pretty clear that we are banning specific attributes of the assault weapon. So I am in favor of that. I am in favor of the large capacity magazines. I am in favor of the banning of rapid fire trigger activators. And I am in favor of establishing the minimum age of possession at 21. Part of the reason, we in Colorado have background checks, and everyone who buys a gun has to have a background check. The ghost gun ban keeps us from having to go around that. People are going to make their guns, as Carl mentioned. The ban ghost ban guns prohibits that and makes that illegal. So I'm in favor of that one. The posting of the sign, I'm okay with that. I don't feel strongly about it. 10-day wait period, as has been mentioned, it keeps people from impulsive decisions, both criminal, people who want to do harm to themselves and to others. So I support that. And I absolutely support banning open carry and concealed carry in the sensitive areas. I would like to see a exception possibly for domestic violence on both the 10-day and also the concealed. And I think that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor.
I'm sorry, can I ask a clarifying question? Just to think about as we're having this discussion, when we talk about exceptions, definitions are going to really matter. So a lot of times DV victims might not be designated a victim. So we would probably look at something like Victim Rights Act if their case was involved and they were getting VRA services through the district attorney's office at that time, that to try to make sure we have a defined.
Or someone who has an open
TRO case. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. Can you put up the slide on the exceptions? That's where I was kind of hoping you could clarify some stuff for me on that one.
Jake, that is slide 15. Nope.
Okay, so
there.
I guess what I'm really wondering on is the ordinance age, the general exceptions to the entire chapter. What does that mean? I guess I'll have you tell me.
This is something that is existing currently in our code, and Courtney, please jump in if I miss, you can say there just in case. This was already in our firearms chapter for Broomfield Municipal Code, and it is, despite the specific exceptions to the ordinance, a little duplicative of some of the exceptions, but it pretty much says law enforcement officers in official duties and U.S. Armed Forces and National Guards are accepted from the entire chapter.
In official duties though, right? Not
in official duties.
Not if they're off duty. Okay.
In official duties.
All right. And that's what I was trying to clarify. I wasn't sure on that. And then the other question I had was, there was a comment that a lot of this is duplicative of federal law. Which of the, I guess I don't know, I understand that. So which of the proposed ordinances are already addressed by federal laws?
Well, I have some notes on that point. There are a lot of federal regulations on the FFL, Federal Firearm Licensees, that do require background check. I mean, the regulations on FFLs are huge. There's also regulations on types of weapons. Mayor Pro Tem Jazerski, we would probably have to create a chart to go through each one point by point. I will say that I disagree with the statement that the federal law already protects all our buildings. The federal law actually only protects federal facilities. So I don't think that one's duplicative. I think probably more of the duplication comes from the state law. Like we already have 100 yards from polling places. This changes it to 500 yards from polling places. We already have restrictions on concealed carry in schools by state law. This adds preschools and daycares. So we could prepare that chart for council upon first reading to really make a detailed analysis of where there's duplication and where there's differences.
Okay, yeah, that could be helpful on first reading. So I would appreciate that. I don't think I have any other questions. If you want, I guess I could go through my quick comments. If you're taking a tally, she may be.
That would be efficient.
Okay, I like being
Looks
efficient.
like they're having a.
That's why I'm pausing so she could listen to my.
Sorry.
That's okay. Whenever you're ready, you let me know.
One of the things Ms. Teeman was pointing out that we do have a lot of our code that's also duplicative in other areas of state law and federal law. And one of the reasons we do that is because we like local enforcement to write certain tickets into our municipal court where they can be heard by our judge in our community.
Okay.
That's thank you.
Fair enough as well. But yeah, it'd just be interesting to know, what's already addressed, what's out there. At least I'd find that interesting. So, and I'm going to make it clear too that I guess for myself and everyone else, this isn't a vote tonight, and everything that I say I may or may not be willing to consider is not, it's not concrete, I guess. So I just want to make that very clear. Having said that, I don't have an issue with most of these. They seem to be fairly small steps actually, and I do question whether they're going to have any real effect. I totally hear what the Moms Demand Action ladies say, but I just don't think these address what your concerns are. I hear your concerns and they're very real. I just don't think these are going to address it, unfortunately. These are, except for the 10-day waiting period on firearm purchases. I do, from what I read, think that could be effective in suicide prevention. But beyond that, not so sure. So I'd be willing to hear most of the B, C, D, E, F, have discussions on those on first reading. I kind of am with Councilmember Hankel potentially on the limiting F2 to maybe just open carry, or to just open carry and not concealed carry. I think that's what she said. The two that I am reluctant on, not based on any positions at this point, but are A1 and A2, and that's because, as you referred, that these are subject to a lawsuit in many of our northern communities right now. And at this point, if we pursue those, it's just not going to gain us anything except for expense, cost, and time. It's pretty clear that if we passed A1 and A2, that we'd be sued, just like Boulder, and I'm not sure who else it was, Louisville, Erie, I'm not sure. And it's just going to cost us time. I'm sure those two regulations, and if I'm wrong, are those regulations being stayed in those counties?
And in two of the cases, the court ordered a temporary order to stop enforcement. And in two of the cases, the cities agreed not to do enforcement.
So, yeah, I think that's my point, is that if we pass those, nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to change. We'll be sued like everyone else. The ordinances would either be stayed or we'd have to agree to stay them. And so I think we're just better off waiting to see what happens in those communities. I get the wanting to join forces with our neighbors, but the way I've looked at it, we carried the weights, the mantle for oil and gas for a lot of our northern communities. We were sued. They haven't been sued, and we spent a lot of money, significant amount of money, and still are spending money on those lawsuits. So I think I feel perfectly comfortable letting the other communities deal with this issue, and pending the outcome, we can certainly readdress it in a very timely manner. So I just don't see, from a very practical perspective, any reason to move forward with those two. But the rest of them, I'd be happy to consider that on first reading.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Next is Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple quick questions in no particular order, but I will follow Councilmember Henkel just to put things in context. I grew up on a farm, so my dad owned a rifle and a pistol, mainly to drive off critters or varmints, you would say. He was also on the rifle team at the University of Wyoming because he was a boy from New Rochelle, New York, and that was how he could become a Westerner in his mind. But also my father-in-law was law enforcement, street cop and a murder detective, and carried a weapon until he retired and hasn't touched it since. So I come from that perspective. Also, my wife is a middle school teacher and very well versed in locking down and protecting her kids. I had one small question regarding, I'm sorry, I just misplaced it, the signage. I assume we have the option of adding different phrases or different messages versus the one, I don't know where that one came from.
That one came from the model, and yes.
Because I would suggest we also add information regarding suicide prevention. The 988 crisis lifeline has been pointed out. Suicide is often impulsive, and the 10-day waiting period or reminding someone that there is other options could save lives. I also think it'd be advisable to maybe add information about red flag, so people are more aware of it. One of the bigger problems with red flag, which Colorado has, is people aren't aware of it. I know someone brought up domestic violence and the need for them to protect themselves. It's a bit of a misnomer. I think statistics will show the safest thing to do is to unarm your stalker or your domestic violence partner rather than arm yourself. I think we overestimate our ability to protect ourselves with weapons, particularly if we aren't trained on them. And to go out and buy a gun doesn't necessarily make you safer. In fact, statistics will show that having a gun in your home dramatically increases the likelihood of gun violence in that home by like 50% or more. So I do think it's wise that we encourage people to take other actions if possible. I did want to just address the question we've been talking about is the one that's in the courts. I don't know if I could encourage you to discuss. We have the option of either joining these communities, and we've talked very broadly about costs. So what impact would it have or not have legally if we join in? My understanding is if we pass some version, I think I asked you, even if we passed a version that said wouldn't go into effect until the court has acted, we would still be sued probably in some math, even if it had a quote unquote trigger law in it. And what would be the impact if we joined it? We wouldn't be combined with the other suits as the court has, or we'd be separate. So we'd have to defend it ourselves. I mean, is there any way just to roughly walk us through what we're talking about in terms of time frame, process, and costs? As best you can, and I won't hold it to you, but I'm just trying to get, we talked very vaguely about it.
No, and there's a lot of public information out there about the cases. So I want to be able to say that, but not divulge my advice to counsel that would be protected by privilege that I, just for the record, am not waiving with this discussion, whoever's listening now or in the future. There's no joinder in this case. Any city or town who passes these ordinances would be sued. So we could be an interested party in the case. And for example, Superior filed as an interested party in the other cases, but that's because they were trying to get the cases consolidated. When the judge denied that, these cases are now separate. We're also a little bit different timing wise. So if Broomfield were to pass our ordinance, it would go into effect in early December. Our timing's a little later and our wording's a little different. So I would expect that for us or any of the communities that are considering passing the two that are being challenged right now, we would be separately sued by maybe even different plaintiffs. Most of the time, most of the cases have a plaintiff within the community too. Now, as far as costs, generally, for constitutional claims brought against the city and county of Broomfield, we have insurance coverage. This would be for a Fourth Amendment lawsuit or a Second Amendment lawsuit or a First Amendment lawsuit. CIRSA is our insurance carrier. They pay for the attorney's fees. This is actually very similar to Superior and Louisville. right now, they have a CIRSA assigned attorney to the case. So that would be, so there wouldn't be payment for the city to have to pay for an outside counsel. And we would use inside counsel from my office to be the direct counsel along with that outside counsel. There's other costs related to these lawsuits. Again, very generally, not speaking just for Broomfield. Experts are going to be big. I think there was a gentleman who talked about the change in Broome means that history matters, and you have to be able to show that there's a historical connection to the regulation that you're making now. And that means we have to get experts of all types. Experts are very expensive. There's a lot of prep time. So the statistics that we've been talking about that can be challenged both ways are very expensive as well. So those are some of the expenses that we would have if we were sued.
And the time frame is, do we go to the back of the line in terms of, there's what now, 4
There is 4.
other actions in the courts locally, which are probably, we're talking several years still, I assume.
Potentially, there's going to be an injunction hearing pretty early in 2023. That could be the deciding factor of this case, but I know I'm not the only one in this room that knows that this is not the end for these cases. They will go to the 10th. And if the court accepts them, they will go to the Supreme Court.
So in other words, if we did first say waited until early 2023, we might have more guidance or some insight into which way the courts are guiding these cases.
Potentially, you're right. And one of the advantages I think of having these ordinances written now is when we do get more cases, whether from Colorado or outside, I'm well aware of the Texas case on age, ATF case involving ghost guns. We monitor those cases and they are helpful to us in guiding us as we revise this. So yeah, we could re-up these and bring them back to council.
And just to clarify on the costs, the insurance, like you said, experts cost a lot of money. That's not insurance covered. That's the general fund where we have to step in.
Yes, no. I want to make you welcome. Christina Pena-Helm is going to join. She's our litigation manager in my office.
Christina Benny-Helm, senior attorney. We are CIRSA covered. That's our insurance coverage that Ms. Rogers did mention. There is a deductible. So the Broomfield would be responsible for paying that deductible. After that deductible, potentially the costs going forward would be covered by our insurance coverage.
Including experts?
Potentially including experts.
The deductible is.
It's 250,000.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's for all cases. We have that deductible for all cases. So whether it's
All
this case,
cases that
for
cities
all
involved in, or
lawsuits.
just this particular topic.
For all lawsuits involving the city and county of Broomfield and its employees.
Do we typically max out our deductible every year?
It's very rare. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. And real quickly, since I'm running out of time, I am interested, I don't know as much about concealed carry. I'm interested in, I'm sure other council members will have questions about F, in particular group 2. I believe entities can now say they do not want guns on their property, but I don't know if they feel comfortable, whether there's any intimidation or whether the idea behind group 2 would give them an out perhaps to bar weapons on their properties when they don't necessarily say so publicly. And I just wanted to comment real quickly. I think we all have different reactions to open carry. I ran into someone in King Soopers the other day who was wearing a weapon, and unlike the young woman's comment, I was stepped back because I don't know who he is. I don't know if he's a nut or a law enforcement or, just not knowing who he is, it made me very nervous and didn't want to be near him. So I think we all have different reactions of whether we feel more protected or less protected. But I would be interested in learning more about the concealed carry issue that has been brought up, and we'll have comments later. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. So state law was amended in June 2021, allowing local governments to implement stricter gun laws. At this point, Broomfield and other local communities were put in a difficult position and decision to deal with yet another issue. This is not just a local issue. This is a regional issue. We are acting together And, there were a lot of comments about mental health. And yes, this is one of those issues that Broomfield continues to deal with. We have proclamations on Mental Health Month, as well as proclamations on Gun Violence Prevention Month. But it isn't just a mental health issue. We know that. A majority of gun deaths are related to suicide, which is a statistic we heard tonight in public comment, and we've gotten many of those, statistics in our emails as well. So a majority of gun deaths are related to suicide, while more than a third are related to homicides. Suicides attempts by firearm are more likely to be fatal because of the lethality of the means. This is just a stated fact. 9 out of 10 people who attempt suicide and survive have later said that they wouldn't commit suicide again, attempt to commit suicide again, which is a stark means in that the means does matter in that situation. So we heard a comment, just stalling an attempt or making it less likely to just stalling an attempt or making it less likely will result in death makes a huge difference. So in this matter, it does make a lot of sense. And that is kind of the first wave at which I've looked into this is suicide prevention. That is a big issue. And I think that we should be dealing with that. We shouldn't just be considering just deaths with these statistics, but we should also be considering the injuries of accidental or intentional discharge as well. Again, we passed a proclamation in June concerning gun violence. And we have our Director of Public Health here, and I wanted just to give him some time to talk about that proclamation, talk about the local statistics, the gaps that need to be filled, and the national statistics in which we've continued to see as well.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and Council Member Shaft. To specifically address your question, my name is Jason Balling. I'm the Director of Public Health, and we were before this board to present the data for a proclamation declaring gun violence. It was a May 24th gun violence proclamation. So the data we've seen from 2016 to 2020, there have been 32 total deaths due to firearms among Broomfield residents, with the vast majority of these deaths occurring among males, 78%. In 2016, we had 6 deaths. In 2017, 7 deaths. In 2018, 8 deaths. And in 2019, there were 10 deaths in Broomfield. In 2020 has been mentioned, there was 1 death additionally. And 25 of those 32 deaths were due to suicide by discharge of a firearm, as Councilmember Schaaf alluded to. One thing I do want to mention, because I was looking at this as some of the public comments were coming up, when you specifically look at our rates by the per 100,000 for Broomfield compared to our surrounding counties when it comes to injury by firearms, and these are deaths that are due to that. Our age-adjusted rate in Broomfield is 14.03. And in our surrounding counties, we have Boulder at a higher rate, Adams, Arapahoe, but not that we're significantly lower is my point. So when you take actually the counts, it seems like it's a small issue in Broomfield, but when you actually look at the age adjusted rates per 100,000, like what we did with COVID, you then address that and see that we're similar to some of our surrounding counties. As I mentioned before, the public health approach to addressing gun violence is, first of all, we need to continue to track and get better data regarding firearm related deaths and injuries. We need more research to dive deeper, looking at those root causes and how we can best address it. And that also includes research that's looking at the effectiveness of policies that have been passed or proposed in other states, and are they working? That's all evolving at this point in time. We need to continue to focus on community-based approaches and resources to expand mental health programs, but specifically looking at how do we address those risk factors that may lead up to both suicide ideology and how do we potentially address some of the risk factors of those people that have access to firearms when they're contemplating or considering suicide. But more importantly, how do we address the underlying mental health issues in our community so that this isn't an issue that comes up. And then lastly, what I want to say is our actual homicide rates, as was mentioned by Ms. Rogers, is much lower than the rest of the surrounding counties. So it's much more of a suicide problem here in Broomfield versus a homicide problem. As you know, the CDC and other national federal government agencies have declared gun violence as a major public health issue. So as our Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, there was a bill that was passed creating a Office of Violence Prevention or Gun Violence Prevention at CDPHE. So more recognition of the issue and the problem, and more looking at taking this comprehensive approach. So I hope that answers your question, Councilmember Schaaf.
It does. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So I think that with that, you know, there are 3 ordinances that do have an impact on decreasing the number of deaths by suicide. The minimum age, which we know that the youth do not have a fully formed brain at that point, and it is important that that we do look at that piece. Posting of signage, this is a standard warning that would go in there. It's you know, similar to a tobacco warning, an alcohol warning, that this is something that causes damage, great damage, and that if there is thoughts of suicide, that there is somebody there that is cognizant of providing that help, and then establishing a 10-day waiting period. Those 3 ordinances do have an impact when it comes to suicide. I think that being a local community and kind of in this lowest form of government that has had this issue kind of kicked down to us from the federals as well as the state, is that, you know, with some of these ordinances, we can and should push the state and federal governments. You know, this is on the A ordinances 1, 2, and 3 with the assault weapons, large capacity magazines, rapid fire trigger activators. So this is some area that we need to continue to push the state and federal government, just as a lot of the public comment talked about, is that this is a state and federal issue and that we should play a role in that. I'm up to discussion with my council colleagues on what that role looks like. Another question I had for staff is around ghost guns, and that on the exceptions that we had for law enforcement, one of those was around ghost guns, and I was curious why there is an exception around ghost guns for law enforcement.
To allow law enforcement officers to investigate ghost guns. And I'm going to use a really odd corollary exception. Officers are allowed to be in possession of child pornography when in the course and scope of their official duties because they need to investigate it. And so the exception for law enforcement on ghost guns is specific to in the course and scope of their official duties so they can do investigations.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That helps. So I think that with outside, you know, I think that ghost guns is one of those areas in which we need to continue to push on, and this is definitely one of those. I would agree with some of my council colleagues regarding the open carry in buildings and sensitive places. I think that I would be definitely up to more conversation around restrictions regarding the concealed weapons and whether or not that is an area in which we should you know, regulate here in Broomfield. But I look forward to more council conversations on that. And then I think that we heard a lot around education, and this is a piece in which you know, I've been educated around with my residents here of Moms Demand Action is around education. They have their Be Smart program in which you know, if you have guns at home, you should lock them up. That is kind of one of those primary pieces of education that they share. That if you have children or teens attending a friend's or relative's house, you should ask them about what they're walking into, whether it's guns or whether it's something else. Is this stuff put away? Is it locked up so that this is not going to fall into their hands? And I think that those are the pieces of education, but those are people to people. Those are within our community and conversations that we should be having. Those are difficult conversations, but we have to have those conversations in order to continue to provide a safe environment for our youth. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Yes, I had some questions. To address a few questions that residents or public comments have. There was a resident who wrote in pointing to a federal law that allows retired law enforcement officers special concealed carry exceptions, and that resident pointed to a change recently in the city of Lafayette's law, but yet our exceptions did not list anything about retired law enforcement officers. Is that exception implied by the federal law? Can you explain?
The exception is not implied in the model ordinances, which again, for the regional approach, we tried to, and for the study sessions, stick as close to the model ordinances as we could. The Leosa exception was not in there. Lafayette and this council, like Lafayette, this council could add that exception. And that's one of our direction questions we'd like council to consider. Similar to the DV victims, if council would like to add a Leosa exception, we could add a Leosa exception.
Okay, I'd like to hear what my other colleagues think about that exception also and going forward. There was at least one resident who wrote in who objected to the fact that there would be a database of gun owners. I would imagine that resident was referring to the fact that you need to, if you currently have an assault weapon and want to keep it, then you would need to certify it. And there's a process in our ordinance that's outlined for that, correct?
Correct.
I read it as it says the city and county of Broomfield shall not maintain any records of certificates issued. So that would nullify any idea of any database being kept. Is that correct?
Yes, this would be a little odd. As soon as the city would issue that certificate, the city would purge its own records because under federal law, we are not allowed to keep a registry of gun owners.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think my other questions were addressed. For council direction on A1, 2, and 3, my inclination is a combination of what I've heard to try to discuss what we can do to push the state, as Council Member Schaaf was indicating. And Council Member Cohen referred to the fact that maybe we could wait until early 2023 when we have better guidance from our neighboring communities' lawsuits. That would be my inclination on A1, 2, and 3. I'm fine with B, C, D, E, F. My inclination on F2 is definitely to do the prohibitions in religious facilities, courthouses, and daycare centers and preschools. I'm open to conversation on the rest of them after hearing my council colleagues. And I think that's what you need. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And I think everyone in this room really feels the same way that we need to prevent the gun violence and suicides. And I want to keep that as the prime focus here as I provide my comments. There's so much more than that to consider, but that really is the underlying cause, and that we're doing effective things that actually provide the outcome that we're looking for. So I'm going to ask my questions and respond because I kind of mixed it up here. So under draft ordinance A for the banning and sale possession of assault weapons and the age limits. I think we would be wise to wait for the outcomes of the lawsuits before even going any further with the consideration of those bans. And regarding the establishing a minimum age of 21 to possess a firearm, I will share that we have 5 children and the majority of them have gone through hunter safety training and they have gone hunting with their father. I come from a family on both sides that with many hunters. So it's like, you know, we're trying to keep this in mind that there are things, there are activities with guns that do not cause harm to people, and there are actually activities that do. So I want to be careful under that age limit, and somehow parse out the mental health component from the ability of young adults, you know, 18 to 21-year-olds, especially from, you know, not being able to possess a firearm to go hunting. So something in that realm of. And I sent some questions to our attorney earlier today, and so like the questions are kind of, there's some stuff that needs to be better understood here, but like, you know, what exactly could we require that would say for someone in that age category that you have to have hunter training safety or firearm safety training if you're going to go target practicing, something, if there's anything we could include that would require some type of a mental health component that would really understand, you know, what is the real purpose of they're wanting to possess this gun for. So I look forward to a greater discussion there. I do have a question for our attorney under the bump stock style devices that are banned by federal law. And I don't think we have the answer to this yet, because I think your answer was that we need to do more research between now and the next time we discuss this. But do we know if rapid fire trigger activators are at all covered under the bump stock style devices and the status of lawsuits there? Or is that like a discussion for another time?
The current lawsuits that are going on separate out the rapid fire trigger activators from the well, they separate out from the large capacity magazines. My hesitancy, and while I replied to you that this requires more research, is because, as with a lot of things in this, there's differing opinions. On one hand, we heard that bump stock type devices are part of rapid fire trigger activators because they help the rapid fire. And then the way you worded it, is it the other way around? Are the activators part of bump stocks? So this will require more research. We have tried to get you neutral information, which is incredibly hard in this space. But we have that question out to our experts, and I'm sorry we weren't ready for it tonight.
And I'm sorry for not asking that until a few hours before the meeting. Okay, so and then on ordinance B, the ghost guns, I don't see the reason we wouldn't want to have the stock with the serial number. I think I need to understand that better, but I don't see any issue with that ordinance at this point. On ordinance C, requiring all firearm dealers to post signs. There seems to not be really any concern there. I would just say that if the intention of the sign is to really draw out that suicide concern, I'm not sure about this black and white plain sign that we're really accomplishing that. So I'd be in favor of if there's something we could do there to better draw the attention of somebody who was in that frame of mind. I don't know what that is. And then also there was a question from a constituent who was concerned about the posting of the sign for FLLs on their property. And I think we need to make it really clear that that is for the benefit of the buyer and does not have to be just publicly displayed for their entire neighborhood, and to point them out, that which was, I appreciate you adding that into this conversation tonight. On ordinance, so I'm fine with the sign. On ordinance D, requiring the 10-day waiting period. I understand the concern, this need to somehow prevent someone from buying a gun when they're in that moment of rage or feeling suicidal or whatever it is. But I also think there's something we can add in here that would allow somebody who already has a concealed carry license or has gone through safety training or who has, gone through firearm safety training or whatever it might be that says this person would not need to wait the 10 days. I'd be interested in exploring that option more. Because somebody who already has a gun in their home, already has access to it. So I'm not sure the 10-day prevention piece there, which is a whole different issue, but yeah, something that doesn't require the 10-day waiting period for everyone. And then ordinance E is prohibiting open carry in public places. And I don't want to put our chief of police on to ask you a question if you're not comfortable answering at this point, because this is like on the spot, but do you have any feedback on open carry and concealed carry and from the perspective of our police department? I don't know that we've gotten that feedback yet. If there's anything you can add tonight or at a later time.
Good evening, council member. When you ask about feedback, what specific feedback? Can you be more specific on your question?
Any feedback, like, is there, from the perspective of our police, is there any concern over on the open carry and concealed carry? Do we have the data at this point to say whether, does the concealed carry actually help in some situations that you do have individuals in the community that actually are trained to use them, or, is there any, I have never seen anyone open carry in Broomfield. So is that like an issue?
So we have calls for service when someone is open carry, because there is concerns at times when someone does have a weapon displayed, and officers will approach and just talk to the individual. We don't have a correlation between someone who has open carry and crime. As far as CCW, different category, I have my expert here, approximately 3,300, is that correct? About 3,300 CCWs in Broomfield currently, and CCW mean concealed weapons. We have approximately 400 to 500, depending on the year of renewals, but totaling is about 3,300. We don't have a correlation on crimes with that because it's very, very specific. If we clear an individual and check them, we don't have the data at our fingertip. That law got changed, I believe it was in 1993. So it's not a database that we keep. But if someone is involved in a crime, so when you get your CCW, you get your fingerprints. So if you're involved in a crime and you're arrested and you get fingerprinted, that information hits and we get the information in our department to say someone who is CCW'd through Broomfield County has committed this crime, and we can revoke and or suspend their CCW for that time. So we have a process in place. It's really law. It's not even a Broomfield process. It's state law in place specific to CCW. Does that answer the question? A little bit?
Yeah, that is helpful. And
Okay.
I think we can have more of this conversation
Absolutely.
as we move forward, because I'm kind of late in asking some of these questions, the preparation ahead of time. Okay, so that's helpful. And so I'm not against prohibiting open carry of firearms actually, I'm not opposed to prohibiting open carry firearms in public places. I actually think that there's a good argument for that concealed carry though in ordinance F. So I would actually be not in favor of prohibiting concealed carry unless there was information brought forward that said that there was a benefit to that.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Anderson. So for F, you would be in favor of F1, Group 1, prohibiting open carry, but not necessarily the concealed carry, which is, I believe, similar to Councilmember Hinkle and Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski.
Yeah, still all the concealed carry. And also under concealed carry, we're referring to people that have that certification, right? Not just
Yes,
anyone who's taking a
because
weapon.
under our current code, it's unlawful to conceal carry without a permit.
Okay, so it would just be people with that certification. Okay, and that is, I have no input on the definitions or ordinance H. So thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Anderson, F2, non-CCOB property, the sensitive spaces. Because Group 1 is government owned, Broomfield owned.
That's allow it there. I think, wait. So on draft, on ordinance stuff, I wouldn't want to prohibit concealed carry. I don't want to know.
Understood.
Okay, sorry.
No, that's fine.
Thank you.
that all? Councilmember Anderson? Okay, sorry. Councilmember Ward.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Just I grew up in Wyoming, spent 15 years of my life there. Wyoming has, I think, still the highest gun ownership per capita in the entire country. In fact, when I was in 6th grade, we went to went on a field trip, and part of that field trip, they had it's an outdoor expo, and there were guns being sold on the floor. So, but I have a couple of questions for staff. For A2, are we keeping with the state's definition of large capacity magazine, or are we essentially creating our own?
State does not have a definition for large capacity magazines. So this was our definition was based on the model, and then looking at revisions that were made in our companion communities models, and then also some discussions we have with firearm experts.
Okay, and just as a quick clarification, what was that number set at for what determines large capacity magazine?
Courtney, what's our large capacity magazine number? And thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Just you double check, but and speaking of the state, and it's been mentioned a couple times that the state has a large capacity magazine ban. That is same plaintiffs, Rocky Mountain gun owners, and the national organization are suing the state. Again, it was challenged before and they lost, and then after they restated that. So that's 15 and ours is 10. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a couple questions. I know some of my council colleagues brought up, they hunt in their family and, they want to bring the kids along and whatnot. What are the state laws regarding age limits? I'm not familiar with Colorado's. I'm only familiar with Wyoming's.
Jake, can we go back to slide 3? Slide 4, sorry. It's the current laws on the state. So, in your question, well, this is just a rundown of the current general overview of the state, but your question was as far as hunting with youths, like under 18?
Yes.
I don't think we have that specific information. So give me a second and we can pull that up from our notes.
Yeah, of course.
Is there something specific about the hunting, like a purchase? Well, we're talking possession, right? Must be.
Yeah, more or less possession, because I know in like Wyoming, you can't own, but
Okay.
they can still use a license or use a gun as long as if they're under 14, they're under supervision from an adult who is licensed and is over 18, et cetera.
Right.
So I was just curious, what are Colorado's laws regarding to that, and how would they be impacted by our ordinance such as this?
Well, I can answer that. So our laws cover the jurisdiction of Broomfield. So should a youth with their parent go hunting in another county or in another place, our laws would not apply. If people came in to hunt in Broomfield, although we have the issue of lack of hunting spaces here, our laws would apply. So no matter what they are, and that goes for any of the laws. I think we got a comment that a resident was concerned that our laws would actually follow the Broomfield resident wherever they went. That's not the case. It covers people and conduct when they're in Broomfield.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I kind of figured that was the case, especially since Broomfield doesn't have any hunting grounds. So in regards to direction, I am perfectly fine with all of the ordinances. I do agree with Councilmember Henkel in adding that training component as part of, I think that was under Ordinance D, I think is where she put that under. But yeah, otherwise I am perfectly fine with ordinances A through H as they are written on my document.
Thank you. Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually see a lot of value in regionalism and working with our neighboring communities to have consistency. I think that's a good thing. I generally support it. That said, the laws are in flux right now. And if we have to delay Section A to see what the courts do, that's also okay with me. But generally, I think, it's good to do things with our neighbors because then the general public has consistency. I do support the law enforcement and retired law enforcement exemptions like Lafayette passed. So I think that makes sense. That's my only concern. So I'll keep it short and sweet. And thank you so much for the time and for all the engagement from the public.
Thank you. Now
Councilmember Lindstadt, I'm sorry, can I just make sure I get clarification? So you were a hold on A1 and 2, and then all right with moving forward on the rest?
Yeah, I mean, I could go either way on A1 and 2. But I think maybe we need to have that discussion in executive session on liability and stuff. But I'm okay with the rest. And I do, similar to, I think, Councilmember Lim, support the retired law enforcement exemption. So.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to our remote council member on the phone, Councilmember Leslie. You there? Or he's on Zoom. I know. Councilmember Leslie, can you hear us?
Hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. I'm at a hotel in Dallas and the internet here doesn't work. So I'm having to do this by phone, but I wanted you to know that I've been here and actively listening, and I would like to make a statement. I do want to thank everyone for their comments. It is really pleasing to learn that Broomfield's gun-related issues are less severe than our neighboring counties. Yet Colorado has had terrible incidents of gun violence, so we should not be complacent. Yes, as many have said, this is a human issue, but it is also an access and technology issue. So because it is human, it is a very complex one and very emotional. We on City Council have received about an equal amount of pros and cons to this issue in terms of the emails we received, but I especially appreciated the personal comments from both sides, not the form letters. Some have said that we need to act on the basis of data. And I would agree with that, but this is a very emotional issue and data is not always helpful. And several of our residents have sent us information about studies that have been completed that, again, don't give really any answers or solutions. And certainly there is not a single solution to this issue. I'm a Navy veteran. I'm a sporting clays and skeet shooter, and I'm a bird hunter. I safely secure my gun and my ammunition as I learned safety practices in the Navy and as a recreational shooter. I did not learn this at home. My extended family were not sports people. Most gun owners, in fact, that I know, did not learn safety at home, but rather from their military and voluntary hunting and range training. I lost a 12-year-old cousin years ago because of the irresponsible handling of a gun by his neighborhood friend's father. The child's discovery of that gun and the play that followed, as so often happens, turned into a disaster and my cousin was killed. So I am personally sensitive to both sides, the need to have responsible gun owners and the desire to have one's rights protected. I learned in the Navy that best practices are part of one's training, which includes proper security and control of weapons and ammunition. Guns are not assigned to everyone at all times while you're in the military, but during one's duty. So the military takes great care to secure the weapons, to protect the weapons, and to protect the safety of everybody. Sadly, that still doesn't mean that there aren't incidences as we've seen on some of the bases in the last several years. I suggest, because of this, though, that as my colleague, Councilmember Henkel, had suggested, like the military requires, training and licensing should be a step in the process of earning the right to own a gun. This, by the way, takes care of the waiting period issue. I also agree that limiting technology designed to kill humans, not a part of the legitimate pursuit of self-protection, sport, and or hunting,
should be considered. Finally, we should protect the rights of responsible gun owners so that carrying one's gun to the range will not become illegal. And at the same time, we must continue to focus on mental health, but remove the ease by which ill and angry people can quickly access weapons that are specifically designed to efficiently and effectively kill people. So with that, I would support a number of the items that are presented to us. I do have an issue over open carry. I support, hidden carry, but I do not like open carry. As a college president, I had to deal with this in Texas when the state passed laws that allowed anybody to carry weapons openly, and the fear that it caused to our students and the lockdowns that we had to go through from time to time when somebody saw an individual carrying an umbrella but thinking it was a rifle. And the fear of all of that is just more than I think is necessary. Concealed carry, I don't have a problem as long as the person is properly licensed. With that, I thank you for the opportunity to participate. And again, I'm sorry I'm not there. We're here because of a family emergency. And I'm sorry that the internet, I tried all afternoon to get it to work, but the help desk wasn't helpful. So thank you.
I'm so sorry. Well, Councilmember Leslie, thank you for joining us remotely. Ms. Rogers, were you able to get direction from that, or do you need more clarification?
I think I'm good for right now, Mayor.
Okay. And we're going to move on to second round now. So I have Councilmember Cohen first and then Hinkle. Unless you wanted to hear Councilmember Hinkle's dissection. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for this discussion tonight. And I think I think on item F, I'm going to get to that point because I want to dissect that even further. First of all, when we talk about the ban of sale and possession of assault weapons, I do think we do need to act regionally. However, I do think that we could wait because we can't even act on it, even if we did pass it. I do want to make sure that our community knows that it's very important that we do act regionally once that happens. Establishing the minimum age to possess a firearm, I did not address that. I have a question on that one. Would this affect like kids that are in like a shooting range? So I take my kids to go to the shooting range and I have an 18-year-old. Would that affect him in a licensed area where they practice?
No, and I want to be really clear about this. This is about purchasing, not
Okay,
possession.
it says possession.
I know, I'm
Okay.
sorry, I
want to make sure.
change that. Yeah, yes, and that, I
Huge
mean, and
difference.
that is
I
a,
was like,
that is a very important distinction, right? It is
Yes.
only a change in the age requirement for purchase.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I agree with that. On making the minimum age to 21. I agree with B. C, I just want some more reasoning why, and perhaps we can move forward with that later. I'm not opposed to it right now, but I would just like to see if that's actually answering a problem. Letter D, of course, I'm very, very, very adamant about not only the 10-day waiting period, but requiring education on gun safety and safe gun storage. Prohibiting open carry. Sometimes I feel like people who open carry, I'll be quite honest, are just sort of trying to be a menace and like trying to show off their guns. I'll be quite honest. And in the gun arenas, we kind of, shy away from those people too. So I do not want open carry. What I will say is, let's see here. So E, I agree with. F, if we can really dissect this, I'm okay with not having concealed carry like in government buildings, rec centers, and within 500 feet of polling locations. But as far as like where big crowds can be, like parks, playgrounds, open space, even in places, religious facilities, stadiums, arenas, I think that we can have, concealed carry. I want to really make sure that people know that when people apply for their CCW license, they're actually some of the most trained people in your community. You want these people there. You want my husband at the store to protect you. He will not draw unless he has a target. He will not walk around with his gun just flailing around. And they're trained to do that. The requirements for it are very, very specific. So I want to just implore my fellow council members in supporting concealed carry in places where they're needed. And then G, I just want to make sure that we really are very careful in our definitions and making sure that we just prevent fully automatic or burst. But if we have like a single trigger and we have one round coming out, I mean, that we just need to make sure that language is correct. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to go back since basically in general, I'm supportive of all the proposals going forward for the discussion. I am interested in hearing for Ordinance F Group 2 from those affected facilities and organizations. I'd love to hear what their thoughts are on that before we come back. And on that point, I just wanted to say, obviously we'll have another debate like this in a matter of months, and when we have the opportunity to actually vote. And I appreciate the comments both in email and tonight here. I did note, I think it was Mr. Ewald said, there are other options. And so I'd love to hear what those other options are, because I think there was other comments that, there's nothing really be done. These are ineffective. Criminals won't abide. And I just want to put forth as we discuss this future and going forward, that's sort of the definition of a criminal. They don't follow the rules. So if we don't follow rules because criminals won't adopt them, then there's no point of having rules. So we can adopt rules and we can enforce them, and there will be people who don't abide. The question is, what difference will it make? And I think the debate going forward is really about a level of tolerance. How much gun violence are we willing to tolerate? How much risk are we willing to tolerate? Obviously, in this room, there are people who are at very different levels of tolerance, because we need to answer the question of how much we want certain unfringed guns, certain use of guns, certain possession of guns, knowing there'll be deaths. The statistics are incontrovertible. More guns equal more gun violence and homicides. It's across the chart. You can't deny those data. You have more guns, you're going to have more violence. And if you say nothing can be done, I ask you to address the question. Other countries have done things. We are an outlier, not only in gun ownership, we're an outlier in gun violence. Other countries have passed laws similar to these, and the impacts were fewer, less gun violence. So it's just a question of what level we're willing to tolerate and how far we're willing to go. And so I urge people in debating this going forward that we discuss it in that sense, because that's, I think, is the main issue of how do we best protect ourselves and each other and balance rights of gun ownership. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I was intrigued by some of the discussions on firearm safety training, and I'm just wondering, is there any requirement right now for any kind of safety training for either a purchase of a firearm and concealed carry permit?
There is for concealed carry permits.
Okay, but not for purchase.
I'll have to check the federal regulations, but I don't believe so.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask a question. So you had mentioned in the memo that the ban on assault weapons, large capacity magazines, and rapid fire trigger activators was the basis for the lawsuits for Boulder County, Louisville, and Superior. And I just wanted to clarify. So Boulder County, they passed for manufacture, purchase, sale, or transfer, but not possession. Are they in that same category of lawsuit, or are they exempted because they carved out that possession piece?
They're not. They are sued as well for their assault weapon and large capacity magazine their limit on the purchase. But you're right, Boulder County did modify theirs to allow possession. I do want to note that rapid fire trigger activators are not part of the challenge portions of the lawsuit. It is just large capacity magazines and assault weapons ban.
Okay. And then with the Brune decision, is that around possession, or is that around sale and purchase?
Brune was about New York's permitting process and the fact that it had a discretionary element. That was the biggest concern. But the reason Brune is so significant is it changed the test for determining whether a law is constitutional or not. So the expectation is, in cases going forward, you have to pass that new test, even though the law might not be a permitting law like the one that was challenged in Broome.
Okay, all right, thanks for that. And then the last question I have is around, I guess this is F1, around government buildings. So do we have buildings already that prohibit open carry and concealed carry? Such and the one that comes to mind is the courts.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Is that the only facility that we have in Broomfield that would?
Well,
prohibit
jails,
it?
of course.
Of course.
And our current regulation. Hold on. I want to make sure I don't misquote this. There's just a lot of information swirling. You're talking about open and concealed carry,
Correct.
because we prohibit open carry already, but concealed, it would just be courthouse and the jail.
Okay.
And courthouse and then PD. I believe PD does not allow other than law enforcement officers.
Okay. And so if we were to look at that concealed carry in government facilities, could we narrow that to public access buildings? So such as this building here and some of the more public access buildings as opposed to the non-public access buildings, could we narrow it to that point?
Yes, yes. And in discussions with some of the other city attorneys and staff working on these in the region, that is an option that some of the cities are looking at, that maybe just the public chambers, the public lobby areas, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I think that, kind of the conversations that council has had, I think that with the government buildings, that was one that was kind of called out, that there could be some area there to look further at. And I think that, looking at that more public access government facilities would be kind of where I would like to consider that concealed carry prohibition.
And council member concealed carry. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I did have one question. I think I know the answer to this, but just to clarify it, this is Ms. Rogers. Does the 10-day waiting period apply to firearms purchased outside Broomfield?
No.
Okay, that's a question that's been I think you answered that earlier, but okay. Thank you. And then just a follow-up question, follow-up thought on after Councilmember Hinkle, talked about the signage. The purpose behind the sign is a great portion of that is about the mental health component, correct? And in case you're feeling suicidal, there's a phone number to call. That was part of the purpose, but also just to, in general, call it up. I think so. It's not really. I think it's just that one beneficial piece is that somebody actually can read that and potentially call that number. So that would be the reason for the sign. And then I just want to clarify on E and F, because I was looking at something different in the responses. I think it's fine on E, it's fine to prohibit the open carrying public places. I'm not seeing a reason why we need to be open carrying, but on F, I just want to make sure I said that right earlier, that on the concealed carry, I'm not in favor of prohibiting the concealed carry. Is that what I hope that's what I said before? That aligns with it, but on those, and we can have a further okay, good.
That's what my notes are.
Okay, and then we can have a further discussion on, Councilman Schaff is just talking about different buildings, to have a further conversation on exactly if there were certain places beyond the courts, police and jail, specific locations. And that is all my feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one question, then one further comment. On F, part of the question was prohibiting concealed carry in those areas unless they have permission. Is that what I was hearing?
For the F2 grouping, so
And
the non-CCOB places.
Does that have to be specific permission, like individual, or can they post a sign that says it's allowed? Does that?
I think the intention of the way it's drafted right now is specific permission by the operating manager, operating authority.
So if King Soopers wanted to allow it, they could post a sign, or it has to be like individual I guess that's my question.
We could draft it either way, but I believe the way it's drafted now, it's specific permission to the person, to the individual.
Okay. And I just wanted to reiterate my support for F2. I'll pull the statistics and the numbers for first reading, but the numbers I believe bear out that the despite the anecdotal comments, the good guy with the gun stopping crime really is not true. And frankly, that I believe the numbers support the analysis that concealed carry actually causes a increase in crime rather than decrease. So like I said, I'll pull the numbers for when we come back to this first reading, but I support F2 for that reason. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member comments or questions? Councilmember Leslie, you good? Yes. Did you have clarification? I was going to
No,
you
we'll wait
next.
until Councilmember Leslie checks.
No hand up?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rogers.
Councilmember Marshall, looking at the language as it's written, it says in the following locations without previously given explicit permission of the operating authority. So as you know, a lot of times the devil's in the details and how we define things, but in thinking about it further and after conferring with Ms. Teeman, we think that explicit permission could be done by a sign.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So Ms. Rogers, did you get the direction from all the council members, or is there any that you need to go back to?
I think we're in a good place. Generally, all the ordinances are coming back at least for further discussion and consideration. There does seem to be some concern about the assault weapons and the large capacity magazines, but that wasn't the majority. I did the other ones, post signs, waiting period, we'll bring back information about a training class, prohibit carry in public places and in sensitive places. Generally, I heard consensus and support for the open carry restriction, not necessarily the concealed carry restriction. So we can modify that for first reading, and then we'll modify the defining terms and the general update accordingly.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for keeping track of that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
You,
yeah.
I do want to talk about the exceptions. Jake, if you could go a couple slides back. I heard support for law enforcement in Leosa. I heard maybe not consensus majority support for DV, but we can write those exceptions in there. I guess one of the other things I wanted to talk about is what does course and scope of your official duties mean when you're a law enforcement officer, and even when you're in your plain clothes in your personal life. Oftentimes you're called to take police action, and as a city, we cover those officers if they're injured, workers' comp, and we cover them for civil liability like we would if they had an incident on patrol. My understanding of course and scope would include, I just want to make sure council's okay with course and scope being very broadly interpreted, or if you want it limited. And the model ordinance actually had it drafted in many different ways. They had pursuant to official duties, in use of official duties within the course and scope of employment. I would suggest something broad like within the course and scope of employment and role as a law enforcement officer in the state, or even just end it as the exception for law enforcement officers. But that is something we got comment on, and something that I wanted council to comment on if they could generally. Or you can let us do it and we'll bring it back to you.
Oh, well, is anybody opposed to Ms. Rogers' plan? Yeah, that was easy.
Okay, then, and again, as council knows, you can present amendments, we can modify the ordinances. We will get these to you as soon as possible in advance of that first reading, so you have a lot of time to look at it.
All right, well, thank you both so much for all of the work on this, and thank you to the community for showing up, and I hope you stay engaged. So we are past our 8 o'clock recess, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back at 8:48. Thank you. We've got two more items on our agenda tonight. Our second item this evening is a review of the inclusionary housing ordinance number 2100 and considerations for updating the inclusionary housing fee. Consistent with council's typical practice, we're not taking public comment on this item. This matter will return to council on October 11th for first reading, at which time there will be public comment. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. Tonight, Deputy Director of Economic Vitality and Development, Rachel King, is going to walk us through this item, and Economic Development Director and Economist Jeff Romine is here to fill in any gaps, but we're going to try to keep him in his seat tonight, Ms. King.
Sounds good. Thank you, Manager Hoffman. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Rachel King, Deputy Director, Economic Vitality and Development. Tonight, as Manager Hoffman said, we will review our current inclusionary housing ordinance and some suggested updates and changes for those priorities moving forward. Next slide, please. So the priorities that we're recommending tonight and moving forward for our ordinance update focus on four primary areas. So first, we're really looking to prioritize the creation of more units, specifically more income aligned units in the community. We want to do this through a balanced choice for all stakeholders by setting the fee in lieu amount using the affordability gap method, which we'll review in a few slides. Second, we're trying to target a broader middle income for our residents. So currently the program is 60% for rental projects and 80%. This is area median income for home ownership projects. So we're looking to capture a broader income spectrum for residents. Third, we want to acknowledge a few new product and housing types that we're seeing popping up in the market. An example of this is the for rent single family housing product. And finally, we're looking to propose a phased implementation of adjustments to the fee in lieu amount rather than increasing that amount all at one time with a large increase in a single year. We would propose to do that over a 3-year period. So next slide, please. Getting further into recommended outcomes, again, really looking to increase that number of income aligned housing units, providing flexibility to developers to meet the inclusionary housing obligations through either that unit development or the fee in lieu. And we'll discuss this further, but these recommended outcomes have been a result of conversations with the development community and looking to provide that greater flexibility to them. And then finally, ensuring sustained access to those income aligned housing units for future residents. Next slide, please. So stepping back a little bit, just to provide a brief background, in 2018, a housing needs study was published here in Broomfield, reviewing the need for additional income aligned housing units, and then recommending as part of that recommendation or as a part of that portfolio, rather, possibly implementing a deed restricted housing program. So therefore, in March 2020, Broomfield City Council approved the inclusionary housing ordinance. And then in September 2022, which is where we are now, we're at that 2-year mark for review, which is required by the ordinance. Next slide, please. So our current IHO requirements or inclusionary housing requirements separate the two primary tenure types for housing, so rental and for sale. On the fee side, rental spans from $25,000 a unit to $37,250 a unit, depending on studio or 1, 2, 3 bedroom. On the for sale side, each unit fee is calculated through a comparison of the greater of $50,000 or 67% of the difference between the market price and the maximum sale price, affordable price of the unit. In most cases, it results in us calculating that 67% figure. And then if a developer is looking to satisfy the inclusionary housing requirements through providing the units on site for rental, as we indicated earlier, 20% of the units in that rental project would be deemed affordable to 60% area median income households. And then the for sale communities, 10% of those units would be marked as affordable for 80% area median income households. Next slide, please. There have been a few challenges that we've identified with the current inclusionary housing ordinance structure. So first is that our current data shows the vast majority of development applications, over 88%, are choosing that inclusionary housing fee option rather than building the units on site. We think this is due to the relatively low housing fee. So it's much cheaper to provide those or to pay the fee than providing the units on site. Again, renters and home buyers in that middle income bracket are left out. And development costs are rising. So this makes it harder for Broomfield and its partners, such as Broomfield Housing Alliance, to build those units using the fees collected from the program. This also tends to reduce the integration of income aligned housing units into market rate projects across the city as well. And then finally, again, by only addressing the rental or for sale products, the current ordinance excludes those new products entering the market. Next slide, please. So to review the inclusionary housing ordinance, the staff reviewed several factors, first including market conditions. So in the for sale market currently, in the Denver metro region, homeownership affordability is, excuse me, sorry, lost my spot on this page, is quite high. So if a family looking to purchase a single family detached home, for example, in the Denver metro region, and have it be a quote unquote affordable, that household would have to be at 179% of the area median income. For a single family attached product, the affordability would be at 121% of the area median income. Next slide, please. In the rental market, this is data from July of this year, 2022. And this shows several cities in the Denver metro region. And Broomfield has the highest median rents for 1 and 2 bedrooms in the region as well. Next slide, please. Again, on rents, the Denver metro median rents have obviously risen. And this graph is a little bit hard to see, but it's over the last 7 years, 2015 to 2021. Those two lines at the top kind of hovering over the rest of the jurisdictions are Boulder and Broomfield and Douglas County. So those have consistently been higher than the rest of the region, but are climbing along with the others. And ours in particular spiked in 2021. Next slide, please. Given the identified challenges with the current inclusionary housing ordinance, as well as those market conditions, Broomfield recruited the assistance of Root Policy Research, a housing research firm located in Denver that has conducted extensive economic and policy research on inclusionary housing ordinances around Colorado and the US. So in Root Policy's fee analysis, they first identify comparative fees in other Denver metro programs, so Denver, Boulder, and Longmont. This slide is also a little bit difficult to read, but key takeaways are really the maximum fees charged in Denver and Boulder, as those are priced per unit as opposed to Longmont square footage calculation. And in Denver, In particular, fees go up to $311,000 per unit in multifamily rental projects and $478,000 per unit for single-family detached homes. Next slide, please. Root policy then identified two prevailing methodologies for calculating fee in lieu. So first is the development cost method, and this is really just based on the actual cost or subset of cost to excuse me, to develop affordable units. In other words, what it would cost Broomfield to create that unit elsewhere in another project. But second and more common is the affordability gap method, and that's based on a fee and the difference of in cost of the market rate and affordable unit. Next slide, please. This figure from Root Policy's report shows the breakdown for calculating a fee based on development cost. So Broomfield could consider under this calculation a fee of $334,862 per affordable rental unit, or the resulting rental unit, and $357,993 for resulting ownership unit. Next slide, please. But moving to the affordability gap method, the fees do go down a little bit because, again, we're focused on that gap in providing the market rate and the affordable unit. So we could consider, based on this analysis, a fee of $269 per affordable rental unit and $338 per ownership unit. Next slide, please. So the proposal moving forward, again, wants to target that middle income approach using that fee data. But on the other side, if a developer is really looking to provide those units on site, we're looking to make that a little bit more possible by increasing some of those area median income percentages in both the rental and the for sale product. However, we're also introducing now a separation of product types, separating out single family or duplex. So if you think of it in terms of a foundation, roughly 1 to 2 units per foundation, then townhome and row home in that middle category, somewhere between 3 and 9 units per, and then multifamily residential, so over 10 units per foundation. So for each of those categories, and then again, depending on the tenure type, if it's rental or for sale, you can see that the area median incomes tend to increase. If you start at multifamily rental, you're restricting it to 60% area median income. But if you're at a rental for sale, or excuse me, rental single family unit, that would be at 80% area median income. Likewise, on the bottom row there, there's that for sale product, 90% area median income starting on multifamily. So that would be a condo, or going to single family up to 100% area median income. Next slide, please. So again, we're really looking to propose a change to the ordinance that prioritizes the increase in the number of those income aligned housing units on site in the project. Again, providing that flexibility to developers to meet that obligation more easily through the unit development or fee in lieu payment, of course. And again, working to ensure that there's sustained access to those income aligned housing options for future residents. That concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. King. We'll now proceed with council member comments. Who would like to start? Nobody? Oh, Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. So quick question on why are you guys recommending the affordability gap versus using the development cost method?
Thank you for that question. To spare you a little bit of pain, I'll probably phone a friend and ask my colleague from Root Policy to speak to that. She can likely speak to that much more eloquently than I can.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks, Rachel. I'm Molly Fitzpatrick with Root Policy Research. So I'll just give you that very quick introduction. To answer your question, on affordability gap methodology, one of the primary reasons that we are recommending that approach is partly because that's the approach that you've taken currently with your existing fee on the home ownership side. So on your for sale fee right now, you're essentially using a variation of the affordability gap. However, your rental fee is more arbitrary than that. And so it puts it a lot lower. So bringing both of the fees into kind of compliance or into a more systematic and consistent methodology allows you to stay consistent with how you've calculated before, but update those with new data and current market conditions and bring both of those in alignment. In addition, it's pretty common practice throughout the region to use affordability gap, although we're seeing more communities think about the development cost method. At the risk of belaboring my answer a little bit, I'll give you a little bit more of the theoretical kind of why does that method exist and why do a lot of communities choose it? And the reason there is that we acknowledge that whoever is owning and managing those units and renting those is receiving some rental income. Right, from those units. It's just a below market rate income. So it's not enough of a revenue generator on those affordable income restricted units to fully cover the cost. What the affordability gap method is says, we're not going to ding you for the entire cost to build it, but if we are going to say, we need you to cover that gap between what it would cost or the value kind of at full market value and the value at the income restricted. And so theoretically, the city then could apply those funds to an affordable developer or other project and just provide the gap financing on an affordable project to help get that project kind of over the hump. So it's not enough to fully build the units from ground zero, but it is enough to cover basically a financing gap of an affordable development.
Okay, thank you. Are there any communities in the Denver metro region that use the development cost method versus the affordability gap method?
I would have to double check, but I do believe that the Denver's new ordinance is planning to use the development cost method. However, they're not assessing that at 100% of the development cost. And so they're saying we're using this method, but we're discounting it. And so it brings it pretty close to actually the same as the affordability gap would cost. However, they are using that methodology. In addition, the city of Littleton is currently considering, I think they've had first reading, maybe not yet, an inclusionary ordinance, and they are also planning to use the development cost method, but discounting it to 65 to 75% of the development cost method. There may be others, but those are the two that I can think of off the top of my head. I'm happy to double check that and follow up with staff to get you that data.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Ms. Hoffman, did you have something to add?
Councilmember Ward, when we were discussing the two options, whether it's the gap or the development, if we were to go with the development costs with the range and costs changing so much every year, we'd almost have to go through a little mini, what does it cost now to develop an affordable unit rather than what that gap is. So the gap would be easier. And not easier as in a methodology easier. It would just, it wouldn't require a heavy lift every single year based on the cost to develop an affordable unit. So again, it's going to be an ongoing moving target. Jake, would you be kind enough to go to that first slide? And we'll talk about more about this at the first reading. But if you can look at the fourth bullet, the recommending that phased approach. So we are not recommending whether council decides to go on the development or that gap analysis. We are not recommending going from 0 to Mach 5. when we first started talking about the IHO, I had 4 developers calling within a 3-day period. All 4 of whom were somewhere in the pipeline of having come in the door. They had not been solidified with their project, but of course, when you start hearing about and I don't want to say an artificially low, but when you start with a number that doesn't have a factual basis of $25,000 per unit, and then 2 years later, you're going from $25,000 per unit to $336,000 per unit. I don't know anybody whose head would not spin. So no, we are not recommending going to either one of those amounts, regardless of the path that council puts us on, whether it's the development fee or the gap analysis. We are looking more mid-range, in the $100,000 range, and even at the $100,000 range per unit, phasing that in over a period of time. We'll have more detailed information on what those specific amounts look like, but if we can walk away tonight confirming whether we're going with the gap, the affordability gap process, or the development cost, and then some type of dialogue about having the pendulum swing all the way up to what we could charge, similar to the rate study. When we get the third party and the third party comes back and says, we have data and we can support ethically and charge wise X amount for you all to charge. It's up to council whether we charge that full amount or we have a graduated amount, whether it's half or 60 or 75% of that. So the numbers that are on this, because I know the developers are watching right now, and so we're going to get a load of questions tomorrow based on those full range amounts, regardless of the affordability gap or the development. So again, we're talking about a phased in approach, not recommending moving to either one of the highest amounts that's on this PowerPoint.
And Manager Hoffman, if I could just add one
Please.
thing, as part of the conversation, as we've been working through all of this and working through the data, both what we heard from the developer and what the city and county manager asked us to do is make sure that it's something that people can understand and that there's a degree of transparency to how we do this. And what the advantage, and this is both one of the first things that Molly suggested when we met with her and she gave us the report, was the affordability gap method is something that people can see from a transparency standpoint. If you recall, one of the footnotes in this is we utilize the affordability number, the area median income number that comes from CHAFA that's published annually and is on their website. So the developers know where to look. They know how we're going to calculate things when we're calculating it. And so that's part of the advantage to the affordability gap methodology is it's very clean and very transparent. It doesn't mean that we can't do the math. Molly and I sometimes will, as you just heard, she and I can geek out and we can tell you not only how to make the watch, how to make the parts to the watch, but sometimes in this, we want to just tell you the time. And so in this particular case, that's one of the considerations that Broomfield's always had is the transparency as we work with our development community. So I just wanted to add that point because that was a big part of the conversation we had with the city manager at the time.
Okay, thank you. I guess my next question is going to be, do we know what the average cost to build a single family detached home is and what the average cost of a per rental unit is in a multifamily development? I thought I'd seen those numbers in my packet and I went back and looked and then apparently I was imagining them.
Yes, we do have, I know we have the single family unit development costs. Do we have the rental as well? Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. So yes, so Jake, if you wouldn't mind, please going to, I think it's slide 12. That'll show you the development cost for a single family unit. So that's the 357,000 and change figure. And then for multifamily, council member, you might have been recalling the report itself from root policy, and that in figure 2, which I do not have in the presentation here, indicates an average cost per unit by year in Colorado. And that's for the affordable rental units. And in 2021, that figure was $313,442.
Okay, thank you. I guess my only concern with that is the discrepancy between for the affordability method is how much bigger the delta is for multifamily developments versus the delta that's between single family detached homes. That's, I guess, my only concern when it comes to the cost of what we're essentially charging as a fee. And then my next question is, I know at the towards the end of this program, you guys had shown how much the different AMIs and how much rents or costs would be based on what type of home it was, whether single family, multifamily, et cetera. Why did we decide to go with a change in AMI based on the type of home you were going to be renting or buying?
Thank you for that question and for the opportunity to clarify. So again, we're bringing in that product type for the first time as a proposal to consider the difference between a single family unit and the cost associated for that household and in that type of unit versus a multifamily unit, and in both rental and for sale. So if we take, for example, the cost of a condo for sale multifamily unit, that's going to be a lower market cost than the for sale single family unit. And so we're expecting a greater area median income for that household is necessary to create attainability for that particular product, if that makes sense. And if that doesn't help answer your question, I can also ask my colleague Jeff Romine to help explain further.
No, I do understand the answer. I guess my only concern with that methodology is you have certain individuals or even families that don't make enough to meet, let's say, the single family or duplex AMI, and you're really incentivizing them or forcing them to go to a different type of home product that they may not think is a good fit for their family. But that's my only comment about that. Otherwise, I don't have any other questions for the time being, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim. Yes, I have some questions. Well, we're starting with the premise that we want to balance the undue burden on the developers versus what will get us the units. And we also, there was a statement in the memo that said, we are acknowledging projects that have reached a threshold stage within Broomfield's planning and development process. So my summary of that is the ship has already sailed on a lot of opportunities where we could have tried, to get more inclusive units, and the fee was too low. We can't do anything with baseline further. We can't, a Flatiron participated. Broomfield Town Square is still up in the air. So I guess we have to acknowledge that, I'm certainly in favor of moving forward with this increase, but it's a little too late. If the case was in fact that we were very conservative in our original inclusionary fees 2 years ago, then that's unfortunately what led us to this situation where we don't have the inclusionary units. Is there Is there still going to be an option for land dedication? I don't think any developer has used that, but it's not mentioned in this discussion.
Thank you for that question, and you're correct. No, we have not reviewed the land dedication. I think that will be discussed further before our presentation in October.
Okay. I mean, at least I, as a council member, have clearly got the message that residences cost us money, and that we do not want, we want to avoid granting zoning changes to encourage more residential development. So is there anything that was considered where we would, could we force inclusive units if a developer asked for some kind of zoning change?
I'll take that one. Ms. King? Absolutely. Councilmember Lim. I think a couple of things. I don't know what the calculation was or what that conversation was to come to $25,000 first and foremost, which is kind of part and parcel of the difference between vested rights and then having affordable housing as an overall community goal. So again, from a multi-pronged approach, there were a lot of things happening all at the same time that no one could have expected. First and foremost, COVID. Nobody could have expected a 12% inflation rate. And I think from the IHO itself, initially, that broad-based approach was it's where you start, right? You do better when you know better. And so then when we really started digging into this, and when I say this, I mean, when we approved 6,000 units in a 2-year period, and we see the competing interests between Broomfield Housing Alliance now having $6 million cash in lieu, but we also are bringing on 6,000 units in order to have gotten those affordable units, right? So again, it's not a matrix. It's not something, I wish it was a repeatable process. The end goal is that we incentivize, we don't demand, but we incentivize moving towards achieving the units. We now understand the difference between affordable housing. That's just a misnomer. I mean, the affordability, when we look at the state of Colorado for years to come, affordability for whom, and really shifting. So when we had the much bigger housing conversation about not just units, but when we had the bigger conversation about what that comprehensive approach is in order to deliver a diverse housing stock. So you'll see more and more we're getting away from affordable housing because we're chasing something that we're not going to be able to deliver. We're just not. That attainable housing and the focus from internal staff, from Broomfield Housing Alliance. Your question tonight on the budget is an excellent one and goes part and parcel with that. And that is honing in on ensuring that Broomfield residents and or possible residents stay in Broomfield. So that it's that reinvestment piece. So when we're looking at the capabilities to be able to say to these developers when they're coming in the door, here's what it needs to look like. So if you want this, instead of arbitrarily saying yes, 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 we can now say, here's the trade-off. We're not going to trade off the public land dedication. If you want to convert commercial, and I'm just throwing this out there, so I probably shouldn't do that because I'll start getting the calls tomorrow. But Councilmember Lim, to your point, when you say flat irons, that was part of the conversation that we had with flat irons was a 3-to-1 ratio. For every 3 square feet of commercial, you can have 1 square foot of residential. And it won't be affordable. It can't be affordable when we're looking at these numbers, but you will come in at 90% AMI. So again, there's a lot of latitude and part of not going from 0 to Mach 5, we want the developers to be able to have that same level of participation in what those gives are, whether it's the public land dedication, whether it's the connection to the trails, whether it's sustainability, all of those additional layers that we're putting on for this housing, we have to be able to have that give and take. If they come in and we say, this is a prime spot, we want attainable, diverse housing here. We have to be able to say, what are we willing to do for that? Are we willing to do the 90% AMI? Are we willing to forego the public land dedication? Are we willing to forego some of the other things that we hold other housing developers' feet to the fire in order to get? So again, it's more of that policy making versus the absolutely yes or absolutely no. And I know that's a very long answer, but again, from that comprehensive piece, this is but one piece of the pie as we move forward.
Okay, I guess my question was, while we're redoing this, the numbers in this ordinance, should we be asking the question, are there, when there are certain variances asked for, is it helpful to have the conversation just with staff and the developer, well, with a little give and take, or would it be clearer if, and I don't know what that these numbers would be, or would it be clearer if you ask for this kind of variance, you're going to have different fee and lieu, that kind of thing, which would be more helpful?
I think it depends on the project.
Okay. Okay, and my last question, none of these, the calculations were based on bedrooms before, and we're not including that anymore. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hinkle.
Thank you, Mayor. City and County Manager Jennifer Hoffman answered a lot of my questions already. I do think that this moves towards, building the units, which is, I think, where we really need to go. And I think any sort of step forward is still a step forward. We're very grateful for that. I don't know if it's prudent to even ask for more stakeholder input from our housing alliance. Have they mentioned anything about this?
Thank you for that opportunity to clarify. We are in consultation with Broomfield Housing Alliance, and we continue to be. So when we come forward in October as planned with a first reading, I believe they're prepared to have a response at that time.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I had. Thanks.
Councilmember Hinkle, I wanted to say really quick. So that's where a little bit of this, the rub is going to be, right? Because the Broomfield Housing Alliance gets its budget from our cash in lieu. So when we as a community then begin to say, we're not going to chase the cash in lieu for the seed money, we're going to chase the units. So it is a direct impact for Broomfield Housing Alliance to be fully reliant on that cash in lieu versus incentivizing them to then chase the grants, chase the infrastructure dollars, do kind of that, again, those wraparound services rather than being reliant solely on that cash in lieu.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions, kind of going off the previous questions and comments. Why again are we doing the tiered? I fully support the single family section of that, but why are we tiering it again? Why not just do a straight 60%? Or can you put that slide back up, I guess?
Yes, Jake, I believe that is slide 14, please.
And kind of goes to Councilmember Ward's question. to me, this places a lot of people out of the market, for example, for a for sale home. Why not do 20% at 60% AMI across the board for rental and 80% AMI across the board for sale like we had before?
Thank you for that question. Again, it goes back to that priority that we're really trying to broaden the income levels that this program could serve, and that these income aligned housing units are created for. So in the current iteration of the ordinance, as you mentioned, we're sticking at 60% AMI across the board for rental, 80% for sale. But that means that those renters in Broomfield who are at 70% or who are at 80% are struggling to pay that rent. It's still not affordable for them to pay rent in a market rate unit. So we're hoping to expand the program to capture more folks in that middle income bracket that really need the assistance through the program.
I understand that. I guess my question then would be, why not break it up? 10% of units, single family units at 60%, 10% at 80%. Why not have multiple within all the different sections?
I'll start the response by indicating we are, although this slide might contradict that, we are trying to keep it somewhat simple. So we're trying to, and this is coming a lot from the response from the developers as well, trying to navigate, and we've heard this in other communities also, those tiered approaches. I think Boulder has such a program where there's a certain percentage of the units at X AMI and then another one at X AMI and so on. That becomes incredibly difficult to administer, both on the developer side and on the staff side as far as compliance moving forward. So that's one perspective, and then I'll see if my colleagues have any others to add.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and City Manager Hoffman, there's as Rachel pointed out, there's a fair amount of thought that actually went into this, trying to match up with where the market is and trying to match up with where the residents are. So the first thing we have found out working with Lennar Homes, who is right now doing for sale at 80% AMI up in Palisade Park, is it's difficult to be able for them to be able to even get residents that can qualify from the financial side. So what's ended up happening is that Lennar is trying to figure out a way to build it so that they can actually just break even on those units. And so that's one side of it. The second side of it is finding qualified families that can actually come in and buy a $450,000 home. As one of the earlier slides Rachel had shown you was the AMI levels for sale are now at the 179%. So what's happening is they don't qualify from the bank standpoint. They can't get a mortgage. And so what we're trying to do is reflect that market reality. And so whenever you're in these types of programs, and I've been fortunate or challenged to deal with this for about 15 years now, it's recognizing both sides of that equation. And so you don't want to overburden a household so that in the end, they struggle and potentially lose the home or something else. And so that's where we are. With this, what you can see is therefore there's that recognition. On the other side, and just to kind of fill it in, we also recognize that the cost per housing unit being constructed varies across these kind of, we'll call them foundational types. And so as we're thinking about it, and you've read the announcement just as we have, and we've talked to McWhinney about it, the 500 single family homes that are coming in for rent, they are going to be sitting into that community. And that's why we show that 80% AMI level for those units. And so what we're recognizing is the evolution that's occurring in the housing market, trying to meet people where they are. Finally, I would say the last thing, and this was, just as our the four leaders in this effort 3 years ago, were trying to figure out where to be. We still have this hope. And I know it's a hope, but we still believe that eventually we're going to see the condo market come back and that somehow the state will overcome some of the construction defects. And so part of that bottom right corner, the 12% of the units and 90% AMI is our hopeful attempt when that does occur, that we'll be able to encourage the creation of the condo market occurring here in Broomfield as one of the first places, because we think that's the first time home buyer market that's been missing in this community. So so I can explain each one of those cells, as you can now tell, but that's what we're trying to do. So it's a little bit more of trying to match up to what we're seeing in the real market, what the developers are hearing, and what we're hearing from the residents or potential residents that are trying to come into this marketplace. So that's a more perhaps detailed answer to your question, but I would love to say this is all science, but there's an art, and you're seeing the art.
I appreciate that. I was going to say before you started the detailed analysis, when you mentioned the developer administration, my comment was going to be that my concern is with what is good for the residents, and I'm less concerned what's good for the developers. But I appreciate the detailed analysis and what is going into it. My next question is on the actual fee. I get the two different fee models, but I guess my question is, what's the fee? What would the fee need to be to encourage them to build it? We're currently 88%, you said, of the fee, paying the fee rather than building it. And I understand what Manager Hoffman was saying about the need for the Housing Alliance to have that cash in lieu. So let's say if we wanted to hit a 50%, we wanted 50% of the developers to build and 50% to pay the fee, what would that fee have to be?
Well, first off I just want to remind several members of council, about a year ago, we had a proposal come in where a developer said it would cost us $6.1 million to provide the units. We're happy to give you $2 million. So therefore, we know when we have heard them say publicly to this group, a former group, but their predecessor, that they knew and they have recognized that. So first off, is we knew we were off by a factor of at least 2 or 3 or maybe even 4x. So practice and talking to developers have told us that. That's why we engaged Root Policy. I just want to reference to everybody that, and correct me if I'm right, Molly, but you guys did our analysis, our needs analysis back before. So Root Policy has been working as our partner for a number of years on some of the analytics related to these programs. So that's what they did. One other reference I would just make about the difference, and Rachel did allude to it, and then I'm going to turn it back to her, but she alluded to it. When we're talking about the affordability gap, when we're collecting the money and thinking about those fees, oftentimes what we're doing with those fees is not building a mixed development. We're providing them to Broomfield Housing Alliance or something else. And oftentimes those are going to be near 100% units, at which point other tools come in to help offset some of that cost differential. So in a developer-led model, which is what we still have, is if they provide 20% of the units, they can control some of the cost appropriately, but they're not getting usually any other subsidies on that development. So that's why understanding that difference between developer and affordability gap is partially important. So the affordability gap is really about what we have from the standpoint of the rents that are coming in, as well as that recognition of the marketplace itself. So all of that said, in the report, and I'm going to turn it over to Rachel, she'll point back to those exact numbers. So go ahead. Sorry.
So to support that balanced approach that we're looking for, and taking in all of that context from the developers over the past few years, we're looking at kind of striking a middle balance in that affordability gap range. And Jake, if you wouldn't mind, please going to slide 13. Thank you. So again, we're looking at those two figures on the bottom there for a rental unit and homeownership unit. We are likely not bringing forward a proposal for 100% of that affordability gap as our fee. We're looking for, again, a more balanced approach to strike an hopefully easier decision and better decision for the developers, but to your earlier point, for the community to gain income aligned units and fee the collection of the fee in lieu. And so we're looking closer at a 50% level for that. But again, it would be a phased implementation. So we wouldn't see that initial fee becoming due active on January 1, 2023. We would be looking at probably a 3-year phase.
I appreciate all that, but my question was actually, what would the fee be to get developers to build rather than to pay the fee? What would that, do we know what that amount would be?
I believe the answer to that would be purely speculation, and it would probably depend on each particular development.
Sorry, and is there an amount that would be too high that would cause the developers to walk away from Broomfield and not build?
213,000 per unit.
That would be, honestly, that would be.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah. And so again, it's a recipe, right? And so we know that in 2 years, going from 25,000, particularly when we look at all of those other pieces. So we know that Broomfield is relatively speaking cheap to build in across the board. And so again, it's a recipe of, we'd rather default on not going too high because it's not a switch. You can't turn it on and turn it off. And so originally when we were talking about this, when we're looking at that 200, I mean, I went back to Jeff when he first came in and said, 25,000, this is what we should have been charging. So again, it's a little more scientific than closing your eyes and putting your finger on a map for where you want to go, but it's pretty close to that.
I guess my concern is that we obviously have put it too low. And so we're getting the units aren't getting built, we're just getting the money, which is good, but they're not getting built. I just, as Councilmember Lynn pointed out, we have all these developments that are being built now under the old model that we're not able to realize the benefits of the higher fee. And I'd hate to not go far enough and not be able to realize those things for many more years to come. I guess my thought is, I understand the phased approach when we're talking about developments that are currently in the pipeline. Those ones I understand, but anything past that, I would not support a phased approach for those developers. For new development that's not currently in the pipeline, I would support a higher fee that meets the needs that we need, whatever that amount is. And in my opinion, it should be somewhere around the range of whatever would get us 50% of the units built. So I think those are my comments. But thank you, Mayor.
Next is Councilmember Cohen.
I just have one quick question. If the answer is in the memo, I apologize. It's stated there that the 88% of the time developers choose just to pay the fee. And I know there's not much to compare it to, but is that high, low, or about normal? Because I asked because I would assume it'd be accurate to say that developers are much quicker to get affordable housing on the market than the cash in lieu payment and the time it takes for us to put affordable homes on the market. So I would think it would be a better strategy or a strategy to consider to get that 88% lower.
Thank you for that question. I would state that it is high compared to the priority that we are pursuing, which is that balanced approach, looking for closer to 50-50. But my colleague, Molly Fitzpatrick from Root Policy might have some additional context, perhaps from some other jurisdictions as far as the comparison.
Yeah, so it's hard to pinpoint a number because different communities design their fee and their requirements for different purposes. So as Rachel mentioned, when your objective is to get the units built, then setting a high fee is much more likely to get those units built. So it's hard to say that there's a specific percentage, but I can offer you a couple of examples. So for example, in the city of Atlanta, they have an inclusionary ordinance. They were very driven by the desire to include units. They set their fee at the extreme highest amount, which is the development, like the full development cost, and 100% of the developments came in, built the units. That's the very extreme. You know, on the other hand, you're seeing 88% with a low fee. So there's not a perfect amount. And it also, it really depends on the investors that are actually driving the development as well. And so no matter where that fee is, there are going to be times when you have investor groups that say, we do not do that. We're paying the fee no matter what it is. And on the other hand, you will have other kind of investor orientations that say, great, we want to build it. So hard to answer specifically. I'd say 88% definitely makes it look like you're fee driven as opposed to production driven. So that's a high percentage. Hitting something close to 50% would be a really, I think, nice target. You're almost never going to get to 100% built. So.
And you think this change in formula would change that or drive it down to 50?
I think it would certainly drive it down. It's hard to say exactly where it would land without knowing kind of exactly what the phase in is going to look like and exactly what types of developments are in the pipeline, because it does differ development by development, but increasing the fee will almost certainly drive down that percentage.
So when we review this again in 2 years, ideally, we should see a substantial increase in actual affordable units on the market compared to this first 2 years.
Yes, although I would caveat just with 2 years is not a long time in the development world. So it depends on the
next
pipeline.
review, I think, right?
Yep,
That would be
absolutely.
the target goal of this change.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to keep this short. So I think that you move towards building units is, of course, a great goal. And I think that that's a shared goal for all of us. At the same time, I think that where we've been is this idea of chasing affordable units, chasing affordable fees in the kind of, and having that undue pressure of approving residential housing in order to do that. So I think that we've got to get away from that, you know, especially when it comes in the line of changing the zoning from commercial to residential. I mean, you know, we've continued to chase those affordable housing dollars and chasing those units. And I think that we have to get away from that and really set up ourselves up for success. And hopefully that success will be those units actually being built. I think changing the diversity of housing gaps, this is similar, and forgive me, I think it's Senate Bill 273 from a couple of years ago, where they looked at property tax and they diversified that. So it wasn't just residential and it wasn't just commercial, but they had different types of housing, residential housing types in there. And I think that that's very important for us to be able to start to differentiate. And when we're looking at this, and it isn't just one residential type, but it's a lot of different types, and encouraging that vast type of residential build. We start to fill in the gaps of housing levels within Broomfield with this proposal from staff. I think that we start to do that. So we're not just targeting one particular gap within our housing gap analysis, but we're actually starting to address all of the gaps that exist. The affordability gap method seems to be a good method to use. And I would say the sticking point for me is going to be that phased approach timeline and that starting point. I mean, that's, conversations, at a lot of different points, right? It's always in that detail of where are we starting and how long is this timeline going to look? So I think that that's going to be the sticking point for all of this for me, is going to be that one point. And I know that that's going to be, somewhat of a negotiation with some of our current developers and developers that have been in existence with us. But I think that this is our area in which we got to push a little bit. So I'm curious to find out what that will be and kind of what that staff recommendation looks like.
Mayor, may I? So Councilmember Schaaf, the conversations that we've had thus far. So when we talk about the pipeline, it's really defining pipeline. So the development process it's up to a 4-year process. By the time we've seen it with Broomfield Town Square, right? I mean, it's that one's much more complicated, but for a development, between the review process and the STP, and all that back and forth, I mean, you're looking at a good 24 months from start until they get the approval. You're probably looking at 27 months before it's shovel ready. So taking that into account, those that were in the pipeline had already come to council, and council had said, what about this? What about this? What about this? And what about this? And they went back to the drawing board, most of them about a year, trying to fill in those gaps. So no guarantee, council didn't approve it, but the concept review, there was a lot of asks. So we met with each one of them. There were 3 takeaways from the conversations with the developer. One was giving them, and Mr. Romine alluded to it a little bit, they just need to know what they're dealing with. So that's why we said a 3-year. So if we're starting at 25,000, we're thinking of a 3-year beginning in January of 2023, January of 2024, January of 2025, in order to get to half, which is 106,000, but we would have accelerators to accommodate the inflation. So it's not going to be 106 in 2025. It's going to be a higher amount, but it's going to be based on that mid-range. So we can give, again, when you're looking at that development process. So for those that are, here's the other 2 caveats. One of the things that we didn't want to do is say, if you pull permits, you can be locked in at whatever rate that is, because then we'll have developers come in and pull a bunch of permits and not do anything with them. We didn't want that. So we said, you pull a permit and you have to be in construction within a year of pulling the permit. So that way our development community for our affordable housing understand that you're going to go up approximately 25,000 per year, right? So if we're at 25 now, it's approximately 25,000 more starting in January 2023, another 25,000 in January 2024, yet another 25,000 January 2025 to get us to that mid-range. It goes back to what Councilmember Cohen's question was, how long do you, what's the amount or length of data for us to make a well-informed decision of, are we finding that sweet spot? We're not going to have the answer, but we'll certainly have a good sense within 18 months what that tolerance level is. And not just with our fees, right? Because we're looking at tap fees, we're looking at the water rates, if the inflation continues to increase. So there's all those other variables that go into that mix. But again, having a plan that provides some type of consistency and known factors for these developers. Again, it allows us to be able to continue to have the conversation. It allows us to be able to try to get to that 50-50, to have the conversation with Broomfield Housing Alliance of what that seed money continues to look like, and also allows them to digest over that 3-year period, that they know that the goal is not the cash in lieu, but it's the units. So again, it's the progression of finding out what that sweet spot is, but also with the knowns as much as we possibly can.
All right, I appreciate that explanation, and that gives me some more, thoughts around this. And one of the questions I have is, you had mentioned kind of that January of the new year kind of trigger in terms of, looking at that. Is that related because of the CPI? There we go. CPI. Is that related to that piece, that it would be annual on January?
That just sounds really smart. So I'm going to say yes.
Oh. I'm just curious because I just wonder, because what we're seeing is, mid-year, 6 months, things are fluctuating. We're already seeing the fluctuation happen. So is there a reason to make this annually, or can we shorten that to 6 months and make those, increases every 6 months instead?
I think from the tolerance factor, and we all, it's too swift.
Okay.
In the development world, because we're talking about our code updates. We're talking about the sustainability components. I mean, we've got a lot of stuff coming, talking about the growth ordinance, right? Whether we remove it, whether we amplify it, all of these pieces go towards manage. And I don't want to say smart growth because that just has so many different connotations depending upon whose mouth it comes out of. So I don't want to say that, but it's more about that intentional decision making. And you can't make intentional decisions on the spot. So again, really, we're having that totality of circumstances on how each one of these pieces in fact impact the next one on that front end. So the January timeframe allows some scheduling for community development as well, right? So it allows so that we're not constantly, if we can have some of these definitions on the front end, we're not constantly saying, where are you in the pipeline and what is that definition? So if you've had a concept review, do you now fall into where you're grandfathered in, right? And if we have all of those various, this is redundant, but if you have all of those variables that are constantly at play, I mean, we're going to have 3 FTEs that are doing nothing but figuring out where they are instead of being able to do that on the front end.
All right, thanks for that. I look forward to this coming back.
Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will be brief because I know we have a lot of department heads waiting to go home to their families. I just want to say, and maybe I'm in the minority here, but I really appreciate staff's measured approach when it comes to raising that fee. You know, I've always believed the IHO is a bit of a Band-Aid to what is essentially a market problem throughout the Denver metro region. You know, we are short about 200,000 housing units in the Denver metro area. And, you know, we need to try to meet market. And in order to do that, you need development and you need to be building that housing. So having a fee in line that still, you know, encourages developers to come and build that housing, I think is critical, and to suppress that development through a fee that's too outside of what our neighboring communities do, I think would be antithetical to the entire point of trying to get affordable units, because you just exacerbate the problem. So I appreciate the thoughtfulness. You know, personally, I might even slow it down a little bit from the staff recommendation, but I think the staff recommendations are sensible and thoughtful, and will lead to us actually trying to meet market and get a diversity of housing units as we're doing that. So I appreciate the time that went into this and look forward to seeing how it pans out. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
And I just have one question. I think you said it was slide 14 where it shows the product types and the rentals. And I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. And so you're trying to meet the different different incomes, like with the, you know, so at 6% AMI, 70 or 80% on the rentals. If a developer came in and chose only to build multifamily or only to build duplexes, then you'd only be hitting one category, right? Like there would be those at that income rate, you'd be able to build units, but it would be up to us then to build the other ones out of the my computer just died. Okay, so is that the I think it was table 14. Is that correct that if the developer only built the one style, that we would not be hitting that entire range of incomes, and we would have to fill in those gaps?
And Jake, if you would, please, I think that is slide 14. If you would put that one back up for us. Thank you. So yes, if we're looking project to project, right? A development application that's proposing purely multifamily rental, for example, the standard that applies for that category of project would be the only standard that applies. So it would be the 20% of units at 60% AMI. If we are finding over time that the development applications that are coming in are not spanning those different product types, and we're not getting a distribution, a measured distribution, I guess, if you will, of different product types in the market, then that's when we would utilize that fee that we're collecting on hopefully the other 50% of our projects and use that to work with our partners to fill that gap.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Oh, all right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski.
Thank you. And echo the comments from Councilmember Lindstedt just to start with, so I agree with everything he said. As I was sitting here, great job. Here's my mind-blowing question. As I was sitting here, I was just wondering, you may or may not have an answer to this. Do the increased fees that we're looking to charge here, will those fees be then, I guess, transferred on to the normal for sale prices by the developer, and just basically increasing the prices of for sale products in our community, which then may increase the overall values of homes in our community, thus making our community less affordable overall? Mind blown.
Thank you for that question. I can start and then I will have Mr. Romine jump in as well, but it's important to distinguish that it's not a per unit increase in cost for the market units to absorb the affordable price, right? It's distributed across the rest of that community. So
yeah, I guess my thought was that whenever we're trying to extract something out of anybody, they're going to find a way to, make it back. So my thought process was that they're going to then increase the sale of their prices of their other units, homes, whatever that is, and that just escalates the entire market, because there is a demand in Broomfield. From what I saw in the metro area, we're looking at maybe 1 million additional people moving here within the next, if it was 10 years or something like that. So the demand is just going to continue to increase and prices are going to continue to go up. And just a thought.
thank you for that question. I believe there's some additional data that we might be able to provide.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, I'm not going to put Molly on the spot on this. And I'll just handle it because there's a part of this that's really a policy question, and that is the decision that we're making, that you all are making, and that we'll be providing for you for consideration in October, and then under second reading will be just that, which is how do you want to value these things, and what does the community become? So as any developer is looking at our community, and as any potential resident in the future who might be buying or renting these units will be looking at it, that's what they're valuing, is what is the composite. And so part of that composite of the community is that range and the diversity of people here. And sometimes, yes, it is a finite pot. And so as a developer is looking at it, they're going to look at their land costs. So it's going to be, what is the seller trying to sell? Maybe they're going to have to shave a little bit from the land cost side, and how the incidence of that rent and that price will come through into the final product is not exactly dollar for dollar, but it is something. So yes, there will be some being passed on to a future homeowner who is also buying a product right next door to these affordable units. But that is what the decision was in 2018 when this was proposed, and continues to be, is what is the community you want to become? And that's really what this comes down to. So economically, your analysis, your big thought is correct. But what I would say to you is that's part of what the choices are that council's making.
Okay, I get that. It's kind of a silly comment, but the idea was that we are, the cure is actually making things worse potentially. Thanks.
Better way to say it.
Is that all? All right, so everybody's spoken except for Councilmember Leslie. Would you like to make any comments or have questions, Councilmember? Are you still there? It's okay if you're not. I know,
Yeah,
right?
no,
Okay.
I'm listening. I'm listening attentively to everybody, but it's hard for me to do without seeing what's going on. But no
yeah.
comments at this time.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Yeah, we'll go into second round then. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had two questions that came up as everyone else was speaking. I don't know if it's part of the IHO, but how do we, what timeline do we set for how long those affordable units have to be affordable?
Thank you for the question. Currently in our ordinance, the rental units are restricted for 40 years and the for sale units are restricted for 30 years.
Okay, have we considered what happens when those timelines expire and potentially go back to market rate, and then we're left with probably none that are affordable, and what issues that poses for future councils well into the future?
Yes, is the short answer to that. The longer answer is part of the discussion, and potentially it could come up in October or in a later review by council 2 years from now, 4 years from now, is eventually a community gets to the discussion of redevelopment. And as those communities turn over projects over time, then the inclusionary housing ordinances often start adopting applicability to redevelopment.
Okay, thank you. And then my next, my final question is in regards to something that me and Councilmember Lim experienced when we went to CML up in Breckenridge, and we took their housing tour essentially. And they discussed how they also have, if I remember correctly, part of the business community helping with this. So any new business, based on the number of employees they're bringing, so if it's under like 10 or 5 or whatever their number is, they just have kind of a flat minimal fee. But higher businesses such as like Vail Resorts have much higher fees to help offset some of the cost of the employees they're bringing in. Have anywhere in the metro region, including us, thought about doing something similar to that?
We are not discussing that at this time. And I'm not sure if anyone else has context for other jurisdictions as far as the Denver metro area, but you're correct in that we are seeing it in those mountain communities where the employers are surviving on their employees being able to afford the cost of housing. But I haven't seen that in the Denver metro area. I'm not sure if anyone else has. Looks like no.
Okay, I'm not sure if that's something we should look into, but that's just a suggestion.
Yeah, I kind of know what you're talking about. Boulder has an inclusionary ordinance on non-residential, some type of fee that they charge for non-residential development. Do you know about that?
Yes, so in the Denver metro, it's not quite as direct as it is in the mountain communities where they're directly providing housing based on employees, but there are a handful of jurisdictions locally that have essentially an impact fee. So it's called an affordable housing linkage fee, commercial linkage fee for affordable housing. It's done in the same way that an impact fee is done through a nexus study that looks at the impact of employees on the need for housing. So there are some that do it through specifically through a fee basis, including Boulder.
We should look into that.
So
I wanted to look into that
I
for
was just
like
going to say,
months.
so it's one of the things that makes historically and continues to make Broomfield's economy in our base so strong and separates us from our surrounding communities is the fact that we have 40,000 employees that come into Broomfield every year that don't live here. So they don't use our services. One can say that they use our transportation and our roads, but from a residential perspective, as Councilmember Lynn had said, and thank you very much that you all are continuing to remember that residents cost money. Each one of these rooftops far exceed what they pay out in order to get those services. So that hard base continues to be a foundation for us. So again, a much deeper dive before we start having a conversation about businesses paying for an impact fee when we have so many employees that are coming in that do not use our services, but do contribute to the overall economy. That base is significant. So that would have to be a much larger conversation with regards to the business community. And I assure you, we have a lot of people that are listening right now that will be emailing us tomorrow saying, so now you're gonna talk about impact fees. So again, it's a different, it's a different balance for us, Councilmember Ward, with the incredibly high number of employees that come and go every day.
Any other council member questions for second round or comments? Well, thank you guys so much for bringing this forward. And do we have direction on whether to do the, now I've got impact fee in my head, the development cost versus, is that the bad word? Two bad words.
I didn't even catch that. So
do we have to give you a decision on which path to
No,
take? Okay.
again, in that first reading, we'll come out, it sounded like the consensus, not the majority, was that affordability gap for the reasons. So we'll clearly define from a staff recommendation perspective of that's what we recommend and here's why we recommend it. And then we'll go through and we'll further delineate what what we think that sweet spot is, what the graduated schedule looks like.
All right. Sound good to everybody?
That fair?
And then we can what?
You absolutely, Councilmember Marshall, you can offer amendments to go higher.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ms. King and Mr. Romine and Roots. It's been a week, but we appreciate everything, and we're going to move on to our final item. Thank you, our amazing department heads. I look across the room and I'm just filled with gratitude because the one thing that I have noticed in the last year or so is the synergy that's been created in our city management and all of the department heads. So I'm just excited for the situation that we're in. And during my little isolation break for COVID, I watched all the videos. I read everything and I just loved it. So thank you for that. And thanks for hanging in with us tonight. It's budget time. The council was provided the 2023 budget packet on August 31st, 2022. Presentations and recordings were included in the packet from each department, providing an overview of their departmental budget request for 2023. We hope council has had the opportunity to review these recordings, and if not, I'll shame you. Although there's not a staff presentation this evening, the department heads and leadership team are available to answer council member questions. I'm going to turn it over to Abby to kick off our discussion this evening. Ms. Yeoman?
So thank you, Mayor. I'm actually giggling now, so this is going to take me just a second. So thank you all for hanging in with us tonight, and thank you to our department heads. So we appreciate the opportunity to continue our ongoing conversations regarding the 2023 proposed budget. As you all know, it's an extensive process. And as I look around the room, all of these folks will agree, we start this process early in the year. So it is a long process starting sometimes around March or April, early April. So as we begin the final stages of the journey, we wanted to provide a quick overview of the past few weeks because it's been more intensive in the last few weeks. So on August 30th, we did the economic and fiscal update, which included the 2022 revised and 2023 budget highlights. As the mayor mentioned, staff prepared and sent the 2023 budget distribution memo to council, which included the proposed budget for 2023, the capital improvement plan, as well as the budget tables and workbook, as well as the department head presentations and recordings. I will not shame you. I will let the mayor do that. That's right. So then on September 13th, Mayor Castriota formally announced this at the council meeting. So we let the public know that the budget was prepared and available for them to review. It's been shared through both the finance page as well as on the Broomfield Voice. We also welcome comments from our public that we will take it through October 10th, which is the day before we bring this back on October 11th to be presented for the public hearing. And then, of course, council's final consideration and adoption will occur at the October 25th council meeting. So with that, as we've said, it's been an intensive process. So I'll turn it back over to the mayor and council to kick us off for your questions. Thank you.
Does any member of council have any questions or comments? You gotta go, you gotta go. Come on, you ready? Councilmember Lim.
Thank you for the quick response to Ms. Yeoman gave us until 3 p.m. to submit our questions, and mine finally were finished at 2:45. And I had quite a few questions, and I appreciate the responses before this evening. There were a few, about 3 that I wanted to follow up on and quickly reading them. Public health. I would appreciate if you could explain how quickly the opioid funding will be available. There were a lot of comments in the just earlier in the gun control amendments that council and the city are not addressing the the core issues that are important in the city. And I thought it was important to bring forward that we do have funding available to help this initiative.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Lim, for that question. We have been working with the stakeholder group to develop our strategies that we're ready to implement with the opioid funding. As part of the memorandum of understanding that we have with the state, we have to submit a 2-year work plan, and we've brought that before our opioid response council to review and provide feedback. We just had our last meeting, so we plan to submit that plan in November, and then the funds should be dispersed shortly after that, so we can start moving into implementation.
Thank you. That's great news, and I wanted the public to hear that.
Mr. Volling, can you tell us what that amount is that is going to be distributed to Broomfield, please?
Yeah, and I don't have the specific numbers in front of me, but I can tell you that, well, I see Deb's ringing them over, that we anticipate to receive approximately, I want to say, I'll wait for you.
Good evening, council members. The first year payment will be a combined payment. So we are expecting a total amount of $392,329. That's the local and regional shares combined. Following that, our annual amount will be $150,562 for 18 years.
Okay. Great, thank you.
She saved me once again.
My other questions are about the wildfire risk considerations and plans that the city is going forward with. So the response was that basically there's a collaborative effort that involves the emergency managers. And from my perspective, what I'm hearing from a lot of residents, because Ward 3 borders a whole lot of open space across Ward 3, that the residents are very aware of the risk of the Marshall Fire and the risk that might have come into Broomfield. So when the response says that the Broomfield area is a low risk area, it kind of leaves me saying, well, you ask the residents that live on the open space, you ask the residents in Skystone that, you ask Anthem Ranch. And so I'm a little concerned. I want to at least express what I'm hearing from residents, that we're not fully moving forward with these wildfire mitigations plans as quickly as the situation may arise again. Does staff have a response to that?
Either Director Shuck, who is joining us from Arizona, or I was gonna say Deputy Chief, but Deputy City County Manager, Don Davis too. Clay, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Lynn, for the question. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. So when I look back over the last 8 months since the Marshall Fire, there's been actually quite a bit of work done on the mitigation part of it, including the response and preparedness part of it. So this is ongoing and very fluid, and I think a lot of communities are still struggling with really what are those next steps that need to take place. With that said, I think as we continue to work through and get our hazardous mitigation plan back, start to work on our county emergency preparedness assessment, those things are going to start to help us really identify what additional gaps are there. One of the other things that we are doing is continuing to work with our partners at North Metro when we're looking at those fuel loads and the risk. There are going to be risks that we have and that are inherent when you're living by the open space. Creating those defensible spaces are one of the things that, along with North Metro, they feel as one of the best things we can do, along with homeowners taking care of what they can take care of around their own home. If we're doing that, we're creating somewhere between 30 to 50 to 100 feet of defensible space that hopefully in an event where there is lower winds and a grass fire leading up to it, our folks at the fire department are going to be able to extinguish that fairly quickly. We just have to be honest that the concern is always when we have high winds and we're having winds that are 90 to 100 miles an hour. And those are when risks do change. And whether it's a house fire, a grass fire, or a fire in the actual wildland urban interface area, those winds change the dynamic of every event. So right now, still seems like the best thing we can do is to continue to mitigate those areas around the paths, make sure our homeowners are taking care of their houses and making them as defensible as possible. And then on the west facing properties, continue to mow that 50-foot ban after the growing season. Again, those are things that we put together and we're working on. Outside of that, we're really looking forward to additional conversations with our regional partners and our state partners about what other mitigation practices we can put into place.
Okay, thank you. The last question I have is on the question I asked about the sustainability budget. So the oil and gas budget was reduced by $1 million for 2023, and the sustainability budget was increased by $184,000. And the sustainability budget is $600,000. And I asked what projects would be able to go forward to help us meet our GHG reduction goals with $600,000, especially any projects in the energy performance contract. The response was that of the $12 million recommendations in the energy performance grant, a $3 million project would be budgeted in 2024, not 2023. So I guess in this, I don't think anybody's going to able to answer this question now, but I guess my question is, if we have GHG goals in our GHG plan that we are supposed to reduce as a municipality greenhouse gas by 30% in 2025, we're not even starting projects until 2024. And it's only $3 million of a $12 million recommendation in what was this investment grade audit. So I'm not sure how at this point we can really even say we're not even going to be able to get close to that 2025 goal. If anybody in staff wants to quickly address that
please do. I'm going to ask Director of Strategic Initiatives, Danae Brewer-Yard, and then I'll finish it up. Ms. Brewer-Yard.
Yeah, Councilmember Lim, thank you for the opportunity to clarify and expand on that answer. It is a difficult one to unpack right now, and I can follow up as well. But one of the big things is programmatically with the staff that we have and with 2 vacancies right now is knowing that we can't stand up programs, as we mentioned. So what we're trying to do is leverage the nonprofit partnerships that we have, as well as with Excel and United. So moving towards those greenhouse goal reduction plans and the years and the benchmarks that we have, 65% will be met by, as you're familiar with, the Excel and the United. So that is helping us move through to that direction. We're leveraging those partnerships while we continue to identify how we can internally start up programs to continue and further those goals as well.
Councilmember Lim, if I may, so when I meet with council about the goals, you'll see 4 different sets that are specific to, well, you'll see some financial sustainability goals, but you'll also see a more targeted understanding of kind of the what comes next to reduce the GHG. And so the audit that was by legislation, communities had to perform the audit. We performed the audit, and this is what Councilmember Lim is referring to. A third party comes in and says, if you have facilities that are more than 50,000 square feet, which we have 5 facilities, they perform an audit to say, here's what you should be doing if you were optimally, if you were to do solar, if you were to do the upgrades with regards to the EV charging stations. So the third party came back, and we're bringing this to council for a full discussion of what that audit said and what they recommended. The full amount of recommendations were $12 million for all 5 of those buildings. We just had the conversation about debt. We just had the conversation about financing. And so building in, we just talked about as well that our budget process for 2024 starts in March. So this 2023 budget started last March. So not just from a staffing capacity, we all know that that Andrew Valdez as well as Camille. So 2 of our folks in sustainability just recently left. But aside from the staffing, having that targeted approach and that plan is something that we have been missing. So when we're looking at the GHG, the audit is but one piece. The single hauler is another piece. Our contributions to our fleet in public works, going to the electric vehicles. What is that plan? And then being able to identify, Councilmember Lim, for each one of those targets, what is that implication? Is it a 2% against the overall 25% that we're trying to make? And over how many years is that? So again, trying to drill down on not only what the goals are, not only how we're getting there, but being able to measure them. We haven't been able to do that, whether we have the staffing or whether we don't.
Yeah, and
So
one thing I'll just add is we are working with ClearPoint data as well. And that's making a lot of progress right now as well, so that you'll have that visual dashboard to see on those metrics, progress being made, with those goals being a 28-year plan when it was originally implemented. Sometimes it's slow to see that incremental change, and we are working on that dashboard, Councilmember Lim, so you can see that progress as well.
And then part of those conversations, Councilmember Lim and council as a whole, are identifying when you come up with a $12 million suggestions of how to reduce greenhouse gases, how does that fit in with the other priorities? And so from a staff perspective and going back through with community development, with public works, with finance, what is that absorption rate? So of those $12 million of the wish list, how much can be absorbed? And what are the capital investment programs that would tap in and utilize and capitalize on those funds more than just having those be standalone funds? Those are the conversations that we're having right now.
Understand that. And that was the reason I asked the question about, do we have a grant writer ready to jump on the opportunities that might be in the IIJA and the IRA? So I would anticipate that when staffing is different, that will happen.
Well, and we appreciate that clarification as well, Councilmember Lim. So we've gone from a centralized to decentralized to centralized communications department as well as grant writing. What we found is not effective is to have individual grant writers in each one of these departments. It's too difficult, particularly to coordinate with finance on the one-offs. And then we're chasing the grant dollars without having the matching dollars that are already in the budget. So again, it's a more comprehensive, intentional approach to be able to say our grant writer should be in finance because they know that multi-pronged approach. And then they work individually with those departments. But when we're talking about the infrastructure bills that have that much funding that are attached to it, they're good at what they do. So I don't hesitate to be coy. But again, grant writing is grant writing, whether it's for transportation infrastructure or for sustainability. So again, the sustainability and the individual departments are more tapped as SMEs, subject matter experts, than they are actually writing those grants.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Marshallson.
Thank you, Mayor. I had several questions on sustainability, but they've all pretty much been answered so far. So appreciate Councilmember Lynn and the answer to those. I have one general question and then a couple questions for Public Works and one question for Parks. Generally speaking, I think it's page, one of the first pages of the revenues, the gas and utility taxes, the cable and phone taxes, who pays those? Are those something that people get on your gas and electric bill? And
Where is CFO Richie? You guys are just sitting as far back as possible, so we should just make sure that we're tapping all of the ones that aren't making eye contact with council, so they can be sure to say, "Oh, you're back there hiding, Vanessa, Catherine, Miss Richie."
Thank you. Good evening, not afternoon. Appreciate the question. So there are regulatory fees that we do receive. A portion of based on the state and local taxes that come for those types of different charges related to the utilities.
okay, and are those something that we have control over raising or lowering, or?
No, they're set.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the same thing with the vehicle use tax. Is that something that we have control over, or?
That comes from the state as well.
Okay.
Well, so yeah.
That answer. My next question was whether those were subject to Tabor, but since we can't raise them, then that is my question. Okay, two questions for Public Works. On the list of expenditures under projects listed, I think it's page 19. The traffic mitigation citywide is listed 185,000. Does that take into consideration any potential changes to the metrics that have been discussed?
That's an excellent question. And I just want you all to know that when you drill into that, Councilmember, we were really happy to have your questions today because it means that you reviewed all of this really hard work. So let me just say that first, Councilmember Marshallson. So I'm looking at Miss Allen. It's kind of like that. Who's that real? Who is that person? Thanks, Kitty.
Thanks for the question, Councilmember Marshallson. No, that budget number was put together before our recent conversations about traffic mitigation and changes to the policy.
So if we made changes to the policy, then we'd have to revisit that number at some point.
Yeah, it's something we could do in the 2023 revised because we wouldn't spend it in the first half of the year.
Gotcha. And then my other question, I think, is Public Works. So kind of my earlier question a couple of weeks ago on the water sewer rates. If we're talking about zero scaping and incentives for that type of thing under sustainability, are we able to fund those incentives through the enterprise funds that we collect for water rates?
Are we going, let's see, Rochambeau, either Miss Ritchie or Mr. Rutt? Mr. Rutt, Brenda's going to take one for the team.
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify that question. Because the enterprise fund is a separately supported enterprise, we would not be able to support those operating programs. If we did, we'd have to do a separate, we'd have to look at raising fees and direct that directly for that. So
Even though the incentive is to reduce water usage?
that's currently operated through outside of that, correct?
Gotcha. Okay. And then one final question on the parks, open space capital projects. There was some residents, and I know I spoke with some people, I don't remember who I spoke with, of a potential trail connection between Crofton Park HOA and the trail that surrounds the senior living facility on Lowell.
Oh,
And
yes.
I know that was discussed. And I don't see it in the budget. So I was just questioning about that.
KP, please. That is our neighborhood. And now that I'm biking to work all the time, and the mayor is going to take a test ride on the bike tonight because her wife is watching.
I know it's discussed. I just wanted to see if there was a status on that.
Ms. Pritz.
Yes, thank you for the question. It is in the budget. It's the Legends to Crofton Park Trail for $50,000.
And that's for next year.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't see it, but I guess I missed it. So that's all I had. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, council member. Next is council member Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question is going to be, should be open space, because I think that's where I found the presentation. As in regards to the Indigenous Peoples Project, where, like kind of, can you give us a brief overview of what that project is? Because I don't know how many people in the community or even on council know of this project, and where we are in the process of implementing that kind of project.
Well, this project involves a lot of departments. And so I want to recognize that the library, through their cultural affairs and so on, are involved with the project, as well as open space and trails and others. One of the events that we're planning towards the end of November or early December is a soil exchange with the tribes. And we are just continuing to do programs and develop that relationship. So it's a long-term effort that we think is very important, but it does involve a lot of other people. David Allison, Martin Dormish, and I, and others are going down to the Sand Creek Massacre National Monument in a few weeks. Some additional land will be dedicated to that monument. And so it's just that continual effort to try to build that relationship. We don't want to just, for example, do a land acknowledgement and then just say, we're done with this. It's a long-term commitment. Diversity is also involved with this. I'm just trying not to miss all the people that are working on this project.
KP, I think that Vanessa Oldham and Catherine Lineup are looking far too comfortable in that back row. And I can tell they're itching to come down to the podium to tell us a little bit more about this project. Come on down.
Now she's calling on you.
Only those that look at the ground when we're looking out over there.
It's like
Raise your hand and then you're safe, right?
That's exactly, even if you don't know the answer, raise your hand.
It's like being back in school.
Yes, so that this is part of the initiatives with the arts and history team, as well as DEAI and our open space committee to continue the relationship that some members of our community started in communication with the Southern Cheyenne and Arapaho. We did go visit there with a delegation in
October.
Thank you. Well, no, October of last year, it was this year.
No, it's this year.
Or
Oh, no.
maybe in the summer. And then they'll be coming here in November, and you all will be invited to that once we have those dates a little bit more firmly set. Vanessa?
Yeah, I will say ditto. So more information to come. And again, this has also been a community involvement as well. And so I think it's a really powerful and I think just really beautiful, I think, statement. And again, goes a long way to repairing, I think, some of our history. So that's all I have to say.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for that. My next question is going to be directed towards police. You mentioned that one of your priorities for 2023 was enhanced mental health services. Could you elaborate more on that? And
Chief Woman doesn't even mess around. She's used to coming down that podium.
So we are working with the fire department to enhance the mental health services so that when they respond on a call, they not only have to contact the police, but they can contact our mental health B Corps program directly. So that's the big enhancement. So they don't have to go through the police department, which is really exciting, actually.
okay, wonderful. Thank you. And then my last question is going to be directed, I think it's community development for capital improvement projects. I know we have listed on, I can find, there we go. For continued like safer main streets and other transportation projects, we have a lot of bike and pedestrian infrastructure in there. Do we have kind of a timeline of when other areas of the community, such as sections of sidewalk that are missing on like Wadsworth between on our 116th circle and other places throughout, would be put in?
Miss Allen? And Katie, we're coming back with the transportation update and maybe a high level of what may be included in 2023, but kind of drilling in when we come back with the transportation plan on November 15th, Councilmember Ward.
So thank you for the question, Councilmember Ward. So part of that was general. You're asking about more general when larger areas will be developed, but then you specifically talked about a sidewalk on Wadsworth. So that sidewalk has been in the CIP and has been pushed out mostly because we don't have partnership with Westminster to continue it anywhere. And it's an expensive section due to grades and limited property. So that one we're waiting for a partnership and then a grant possibly with CDOT for an IGA for that piece. But that's why that is not an imminent sidewalk connection. And I don't know if I understood the first part of the question. Is there other areas specifically?
I'm sure there, because I don't usually travel to most other wards, I don't see all the other areas that are that may or may not have the same transportation alternatives that parts of Broomfield have. So I was just throwing it out there in general.
So what we do have in 2019, we completed a bike and pedestrian assessment, and there was a whole bunch of public input, including a live map for where there was pedestrian and bicycle needs, and those were prioritized. So we go through that pretty systematically to in the capital plan to make those improvements.
Okay, thank you. Other than that, I don't have any other questions. So thank you, staff, for putting all of this together. It was very informative.
Thank you. Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, I appreciate all the work that CMO, CAO, our municipal court staff, department staffs, all the other staff that directly deal with the budget. Thank you for contributing to the conversations throughout the year. I know that this is a major conversation towards the end of the year, but this is an ongoing conversation. So thank you for all of your work on this. You know, there's you know, one of the pieces that I heard over the weekend was just kind of the idea that CCOB Broomfield expenses are greater in revenue than our expenses are greater in a given year than our revenue. And I just wanted to clear this up, that we cannot spend more money than we bring in. Is that correct?
Thanks for the opportunity to clarify that. So there's a couple of different things. We have to have a balanced budget. We have to have it, but we've always had a balanced budget. It's how we balance the budget that is different. So again, when we are budgeting based on the revenue that we have coming in, not on the expenses of what it is that we want to spend the money on. So that in and of itself is a shift. And I'm going to ask Ms. Ritchie to come up. But again, dispelling some of these myths. When you put any amount of information out on any one of these budgets, we've talked about this before, that you can pick one slide or one piece of information, and whatever the narrative is that you want to promote, that information can be used for that piece of narrative. I heard at Broomfield Days about council increasing the property tax and sales tax. That's just unequivocally, that is not on the table. The 213 or 215 million, I think was the total of a whole host of things that the community asked about, that council had asked about, that none of that is on the table right now. That was simply to inform, particularly a community that's never had a debt policy ever until this council. So through that lens, we are now able to say, if we do this, then this is what it looks like. So again, that's part of that intentional decision-making. So transparency is great, and transparency is not so great. Because again, you're going to be able to use that message. So just for the community that's listening on the budget, we're not talking about increasing taxes. And if in fact council gets to a place to where that is on the table, they cannot do that without the community saying, we too find this to be a priority, and we are going to vote for whatever that looks like. Property tax, we don't have any say over. Broomfield has no say over property tax whatsoever. That's state, it's the assessors, it's the methodology and the percentage of valuation. Broomfield is simply a pass-through. We collect the taxes. Again, to reiterate, we have not had a mill levy increase in 20 years. What's on the table right now for an increase is something that hasn't been increased in a decade, which is the water rates. So again, it's no wonder that councils don't raise water rates. It's no wonder staff doesn't bring it in a transparent way to raise water rates. It's very unpopular and it's extremely difficult, and it's much easier to kick the can. This council has decided not to do that. I think part of the that I'm going to have Ms. Ritchie talk about is, and you talked a little bit about it, Ms. Ritchie, when we were discussing the overall debt amount versus the overall revenue that we have coming in, and. Well, now I'm going to pregnant pause because I don't know where to go from there.
No, it's all good.
So I'm just going to say, why don't just finish that thought for me.
So 2 points. One is that in terms of our revenues and expenditures, so typically how it's done is that we have an available fund balance, which is separate from our reserve. So we don't touch our rainy day fund, if you will, our reserve, but we do have a fund balance that's available if needed to use in the event that revenues do not come in where they were projected, and expenditures are increasing. This year, we have projected our revenues to come in based on the historical trend and what we're seeing, and forecasted that along with our expenditures incorporating the CPI and all of the changes related to inflation, supply and demand. With that, we are coming in under. So the revenues that we are projecting and forecasting for 2023 exceeds the amount of expenditures we plan on spending in 2023. So that is one aspect of it. And then from a debt obligation standpoint, if we were to have to pay all of our debt obligations in full for the city and county, and they come call the obligations, that would be equivalent to 1 year's revenue. So again, we have the capacity and the ability to fund that, and we'd maintain a high rating. If you consider on a personal level, your Experian and TransUnion from your personal credit rating, the city and county is judged on Moody's, Fitch, other rating agencies, and we're one of the highest municipalities in our ratings. And as Manager Hoffman indicated, we have a debt policy that we follow. So any type of movement forward, we would follow that as well in consideration. But as it stands currently, our revenues are projected to exceed the amount that we plan on expending in 2023.
Okay, so to recap, we can't spend more money than we bring in. Our 2023 budget is projected to have more revenue come in than we are expending. And that we are not proposing any sales tax increases or property tax increases. There is conversation about water license and fees. The last piece, and you touched on this, was debt, of course. So at this point, how much debt are we planning on adding to our debt load in 2023?
At this time, we have not made that determination. We'd have to come before council and provide those options for consideration. So depending on the market, right now it's quite volatile to do anything with any additional debt capacity. So it's not recommended at this time. However, should the market change and it be favorable for the city and county of Broomfield, we would come forward with several options for consideration. At this time, there's not a specific number of it to incur any type of debt at this point that's programmed in.
Great. So at this point, we're continuing to carry that debt that has already been improved in the past.
That's
And
correct.
we're just going to continue to carry it forward through.
And it's currently budgeted as it is every year, those debt obligation payments, in addition to a debt reserve, which is also a year and a half of that annual payment. So we're actually meeting our debt obligation and more by setting aside additional reserves to cover that in the event that those revenues don't come in.
Perfect. Well, I think that we just cleared up some information, questions, comments that occurred over Broomfield Day. So I appreciate that. So, I've been through this budget process many, many times. I would say that early on, I dug right into all the details. And what I found out is kind of what I've realized over is that there's a difference between this budget and teeing up the next budget. And I've started to shift to more towards teeing up the next budget. So this isn't an offense to all of you and the work that you've done, but I found out that I need to start moving towards the next budget. So I think that where we are, with this budget, one of the pieces that jumped out at me was the amount of reserves. And so I just want to make sure that that amount of reserves is consistent for what we need. And I seeing your head shake, so I'm believing that it is. It looks like the high level priorities are being addressed in some manner. Maybe some of them aren't as far as I would like personally. Some of them maybe, we're moving a little bit too much, but I think in the grand scheme of things, they're all being addressed. And that makes me happy. That makes me happy to kind of see that those priorities are being addressed. So looking at the next budget and kind of teeing up these conversations. Tomorrow night, all of you are invited. The whole public is invited. We are having a conversation about local minimum wage at a regional level. And so I think that it's important for us to start looking at that minimum wage for CCOMB employees to be looking at what is that floor for our minimum wage that we have here in Broomfield. And I think that, moving that ahead, we've got to have that conversation. We've got to start preparing for that because that will be an impact. So I think that that's one area. We just moved forward the other day with the PUD approval of the Broomfield Town Square. I think that that is going to be one of those areas that does impact our budget in some manner. We'll find out how much, but I think that we ought to start to move towards setting aside money to support that project because there are going to be some accoutrements that I think that we're going to be asked for, and that we are going to have those amenities that are going to grow. And I think that this is going to be one of those kind of crown jewels of Broomfield, and we ought to make sure that we have the money to support that. So I think that that's one of those pieces that we got to tee up. We have to start preparing for. I think that, you know, as we continue to move forward, a better ratio of our maintenance and our construction of our capital infrastructure. So, you know, as much as I want to continue to build new things and, you know, and have those great things in there, we've got to take care of our existing assets. And, you know, the one that I've heard from most is the Safeway building. That is an asset that we've had on our books for, you know, years and years that we have not taken care of to the greatest extent that we should. It continues to be a blight. So we cannot have that exist for other, whether it's roads, whether it's our sewer pipes, whatever, we cannot afford to have that done. So we've got to make sure that we're taking care of the maintenance for those capital infrastructure and being cognizant of what the new construction is that we build. And the last thing that I would say along with that is the prioritization of capital construction on courts and libraries. I think that that is a conversation that is well overdue in both of those areas. We have to address our libraries and we have to address our courts. Those are two very public facing facilities, and we've got to start to set aside the money in which to address those needs that are there. So that's all I'll say. That's my soapbox.
I like where you're going with that. I'm going to add to that, the police department needs expansion as we're discussing that, because they are busting at the seams as well, from what I hear. So we've got to make that a priority, and maybe even talk about having a substation, another substation, right?
Yes. Yes, so Councilmember Schaaf, I should have written down, but I didn't. Accoutrements. So again, it's like any budget, right? There's a finite pot. And so all of those items, how they fit in. So it's not reprioritizing, right? It's reallocating those funds. And that's what makes so in years past, two years ago, there was a minimum of 26 budget amendments a year. So for those of you that have been on council for a while, you'll remember that every single time there was a memo, there was a budget amendment. There's no conceivable way that you can keep track of what you have, what you spend, what it looks like, and have intentional decision-making, which is why we went to 4 times a year for those budget amendments. So the list and those added, whether it's an added priority or an added initiative or those one-time dollars that come in, that's that 4 times a year in order to be able to say, what isn't going to happen in order for this to happen? So when we're looking at there's the fundamental things from a fiscal sustainability perspective. One of them is being transparent. And we have not been as transparent because we haven't had that dashboard look. So when we're looking from alignment, and this is part and parcel of what council and I will talk about, and have been working with Councilmember Lindstedt, Councilmember Hinkle, and Councilmember Leslie on shoring up what those goals are, so that we're not chasing a multitude of priorities, but we have focused effort, particularly through 2020, 2022, the rest of 2022 into 2023, that leads us to 2024. Those goals that you mentioned from an asset management perspective, within 4 years, we have to be at 50% from our shifting from 80% new, 20% shoring up what our assets are. The only way to do that is from a structured approach. We can't just say we want to get to 50-50. So how are we going to do that? What does it look like? And what's that methodology in order to make us whole so that we're in alignment in order to get there? Part and parcel of that is those identifying those funds and being in alignment. Those funds and those overall budgets aren't going to shift. So then we identify, what are those shifting budgets? So when we talk about a savings account for Broomfield Town Square, that's in a multitude of accounts, if you will, with the biggest ticket items being the drainage, right? Right out of the gate, what that looks like, 5 projects that will be intensified. We're planning for that already. So those, we don't consider those accoutrements, right? We consider those essential for the project. So it's, again, that's why it takes 9 months in order to build the budget, because it's highly complex. But savings has to be number one. And so ensuring that, I mean, when we were in COVID, a lot of our surrounding communities were tapping into those reserves so they wouldn't have to make those hard decisions. We did not take that path. So statutorily, we're supposed to be at 10%. We continue to shore it up. That's part of the goals that we'll have for 2024 into 2026, which is in continuing to increase that percentage every year, regardless of where inflation is, regardless of what the operations are, regardless of the FTEs. That has to be a priority for this community to ensure that we remain fiscally secure. So all of those other questions, I think I hit on most of them, Councilmember Schaaf, but to go to the mayor's point, staff's number one recommendation, which is why we did that breakdown. Our police officers and their support staff are on top of each other, literally double bunked, no pun intended. So substation has to be a part of it. Flatirons has to be a part of it. And what that expansion looks over there is that is staff's number one recommendation is we move on it, we move on it quick. And that isn't, we don't have time to save money for that, right? So that is incurring debt. For those folks that were at Broomfield Town or Broomfield days talking about debt, that is something that in order to pay for that, we have to do that.
Oh.
Mic drop.
Yeah, no, that was fantastic. Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Any other, because it's 11, just pointing that out. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, just really quickly. So I just want to watched all these interviews, and the more I watched it, I just realized just how many different activities are going on at one time. And it was really beneficial to watch them. So, but I don't have many questions. I just appreciate that information. I just have a couple of them on the energy performance contracting. I just want to get a clarification on that as we're budgeting. That was a net zero program where the money that we put out is actually like, it's not really expenses if it's recovered in energy savings, but just for clarification, you still have to budget for it because you have to wait for the energy savings to come back.
Absolutely. It's just like a home. I just got solar and it's a 25-year recovery. So you can't build in a 25-year recovery when you have to pay for it up front.
Okay, you just want clarification on that because it's in the end it is net zero, but it's okay. So we just need to have that because it's not immediate. Okay, and then on oil and gas, just to not belabor this too much, but the I was one with the oil and gas. Every single phase, it's always something different. Like we don't really know what it's gonna be like once we get to all in production. I want to say that there's a lot of value in continuing on this public health study because there's constantly oil and gas being proposed on our borders, and we really that is still valuable information. I just want to make sure that we I didn't see the exact number for the air quality monitoring. The state's got their eye on what we're doing here, and I want to make sure that we continue to collect that necessary data. I'm not sure how much we're scaling it back, but we're still in ozone unattainment. There's still incredibly valuable data to obtain. So I'm assuming that's a discussion for another day, like the.
Actually, you know what? It isn't. That remains a priority for us, not just from an oil and gas perspective, but when we look at Rocky Flats, when we look at the overall air quality monitoring, influencing and impacting legislation and data we know what the power is in that. I mean, we've seen it with the COGCC. We continue to see it from the legislative perspective, and we continue to see it from that public health perspective. So from a scaling back, Danae, can you do it in 20 words or less?
Really quickly. Currently. So we agree with the integrity of the program, and we believe that the scale back is strategic enough that will capture the data that we need to continue that story and impact rulemaking, but in a way that is just a little bit more strategic. So really quickly, it would be the 4 trigger canisters with the photo ionization detection. So there'd be 1 at each pad instead of currently there's multiple. So it's reducing redundancies. 1A the AQM trailer, so likely staying at Soaring Eagle instead of 2, and then 3 to 4 weekly canister locations, which again is our baseline testing. And a lot of those are in the neighborhoods right now. So working on keeping those at the pads instead of the 8 that we have currently. And the locations wouldn't change again. So it's just redundancies really, but still getting that baseline data that we need to continue all those efforts.
Okay, thank you. And then one last quick comment. I think this is like Devon's looking forward type thing. On the tree replacement, that keeps coming up that there are so many dead trees. Do we have enough money in the budget, and can we increase that in future years, or is that really not relevant? I don't want to spend a lot of time. I just want to throw it out there because it keeps coming up. So.
Yes, it does. And it's a, Clay, we don't have to go through it piece by piece, but again, the bigger conversation is tree replacement versus water conservation versus xeriscaping versus water rate increases versus what's next. Mic drop.
All right, thank you. That's all my questions.
Well, then I guess that's everybody, right? And people are leaving the dais, so I just want to thank you all and let you know how valuable you are to us and how much we appreciate everything you do to make Broomfield shine. And I know we're in good hands. Thank you. And thank you all for being here so late with us. That concludes the items on this evening.